Chapter 269. Boom! A huge silver pillar of light soared into the sky, engulfing the silver light gate that had opened in midair. The distorted space ripples caused everyone on the battlefield to tremble, and they all looked towards the source of the spatial ripples. The silver light gradually weakened, and a huge figure had appeared out of nowhere. This figure was 10 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in silver armor. Outside the armor, there was not a silver glow, but a blood-red, bloody aura. In order to save Longhouchen, when the Light of Dawn and the others fought against the Holy Guards in the Tower of Eternity, Wang Yuanyuan had ignited her own spatial spiritual energy with the spiritual explosion technique, thus completing the god's descent against the mighty miracle god, defeating a Holy Guard in one fell swoop. Because of that battle, she almost lost her life, and it was only because of Zhang Fangfang's life sharing that she survived. At this moment, Wang Yuanyuan was not repeating everything from back then. She was now a true Stage 9 powerhouse with her own blood realm. She was fully qualified to use the mighty miracle god shield, an immortal grade shield. That's right, after embedding 7 empty silver crystals, the mighty miracle god shield would become an immortal grade shield, not an epic grade. The mighty miracle god that descended this time was clearly different from before. It was clearly a female warrior, an enlarged version of Wang Yuanyuan. Her eyes flickered with silver light, and the spiritual energy fluctuations outside her body were completely blood-red. A thick, bloodthirsty aura surged out, and that ferocious might even made the undead lords feel fear. At this moment, under the fierce attack of the skeleton sovereign, Zhang Fangfang's clone could no longer resist. There were many injuries on its body, and it happened to be sent flying by the skeleton sovereign's blade. If the clone formed by the second life spiritual stove suffered too much damage, it would disappear prematurely. At this time, the clone turned into specks of golden light and disappeared in the air. With a flash of silver light, Wang Yuanyuan's body blocked in front of the skeleton sovereign. Even in the form of the mighty miracle god, Wang Yuanyuan's height was less than half that of the skeleton sovereign. However, her mighty miracle god shield was taller than her. The huge shield swept out and fiercely collided with the skeleton sovereign's bone blade. This time, Wang Yuanyuan did not retreat. Amidst the violent roar, the skeleton sovereign's body shook a little. Immediately afterward, the sanguine storm in Wang Yuanyuan's right hand, which was also magnified countless times, erupted crazily with a thick blood color. The first move was the strongest skill that Sanguine Storm could use, Dimensional Storm. After transforming into the mighty miracle god, Wang Yuanyuan did not only enhance herself, but also her weapon. The attack power of Sanguine Storm itself did not increase, but as its size increased, it was equivalent to the range of its attack power greatly increasing. In midair, Dimensional storms tore through the air crazily. The skeleton sovereign struggled violently, but the sharp saw-teeth of Sanguine Storm constantly left marks on it. After the two exchanged blows, this was the first time that Wang Yuanyuan had taken the initiative. However, the skeleton sovereign was indeed powerful. It was unknown how he had cultivated a skeleton, but its toughness was comparable to epic equipment. Under the intense and crazy collisions, it did not injure his core. As the domains collided with each other, weapons, and even bodies constantly emitted violent collisions. This time, Wang Yuanyuan did not give in at all. Furthermore, after transforming into the mighty miracle god, her strength had increased in all aspects. She did not lose to her opponent at all as she clashed head-on with the skeleton sovereign. The undead Judgment Knight was a little disappointed. He had found a breakthrough point, and he was prepared to restrain Longhouchen. However, who knew that the enemy would be so tenacious and withstand the pressure? However, he still felt a little disdain in his heart. He knew the skeleton sovereign very well. In terms of endurance, the skeleton sovereign was definitely the strongest among the undead lords. He did not have many skills, but he had cultivated his body to attack and defend. He was extremely sturdy, and Wang Yuanyuan seemed to be on par with him now, but it was obviously just a momentary burst of strength. Once this burst of strength ended, the skeleton sovereign would still be the final victor. Moreover, this was not the only breakthrough point. While Wang Yuanyuan was resisting the skeleton sovereign, Chunning, and Sima Xian were both in a critical situation. At this time, Chunning had completed the second summoning. Another 36 level 9 creatures rushed out of the Living Soul Gate and fought desperately with the bone dragons summoned by the Lich King. Although the number of bone dragons was also being depleted, their consumption was much less than that of her summoned beasts. After all, these bone dragons were of the same kind, and they had been summoned by the Lich King more than once or twice. They had the same attributes and had a balance of attack and defense. On the other hand, Chunning had no problem summoning, and she could also use her domain to enhance these magical beasts. However, in order to speed up the recovery of spiritual power, she was a little strained in commanding. If it were not for the stacked spiritual stove of time, she might not have been able to hold on. In fact, Chun Inger, who had the beast deity domain, should not be so far away from the Lich King. The main reason was that the battlefield in front of her was not suitable for Chun Inger to fight. This was a dimension full of undead. If she wanted to summon, she had to summon creatures from other dimensions and could not randomly summon them in this dimension. In this way, not only would it consume a lot of energy, but it would also take a long time to recite magic. Hence, she was completely suppressed. However, Madul's performance was very eye-catching. In the beginning, he transformed into the heaven-defying demonic dragon and resisted the attacks of the Lich King many times. At this time, seeing that the situation was not good, he transformed into a four-headed chimera for the second time. The four attributes were unleashed at the same time, which could be considered as helping Chunning to barely maintain the situation. The soul fire in the Lich King's eyes flickered violently. He pointed the bone staff in his hand forward, and sharp whistles sounded continuously. In an instant, the attacks of the bone dragons became even more frantic. As the bone dragon monarch was subdued by the necromancer knight and became his mount, the bone dragons that were originally his subordinates also became the subordinates of the necromancer knight. The Lich King and the necromancer knight had a close relationship. The two were a couple when they were alive, so the necromancer knight handed the bone dragons over to the Lich King. Otherwise, with the Lich King's current strength, it would be impossible for him to summon so many bone dragons at once. The Lich King's cultivation base was only ranked 4th among the 10 Great Lords. But with the addition of the Bone Dragon army, only the combination of the Necromancer Knight and the Bone Dragon Monarch was stronger. Not only did the Bone Dragons in the air launch an all-out attack, but even the Bone Dragons that were previously smashed began to slowly reform on the ground. As undead creatures, if one wanted to completely kill these Bone Dragons, they would have to completely extinguish their soul fire. How could Chun Inger, who is currently at a disadvantage, do this? On the other side, Sima Xian was also in a crisis. The defense of the Hate Monarch's fat body was extremely sturdy. When Sima Xian first released his domain, he was able to gain the upper hand. Relying on the strength of the balls of light, he was able to force the Hate Monarch to retreat. However, the Hate Monarch was like a huge roly-poly doll. Every time he looked at him, he would be knocked down, but he would recover in the end. His body was constantly crushed by the balls of light, causing huge wounds to appear on his body, but these wounds would quickly recover. As time passed, the poison cloud began to corrode Sima Xian's body. Although the light element could purify a portion of it, this was still the Hate Monarch's domain. After a long time, Sima Xian began to feel dizzy. Moreover, he had just obtained his domain not long ago. Although it was strong enough, a domain weapon consumed a lot of spiritual power, so it couldn't be maintained for too long. Seeing that his spiritual power was being consumed more and more, Sima Xian's huge body began to become unstable. The Hate Monarch suddenly swung the large iron hook in its hand. This time, it wasn't aimed at Sima Xian's body, nor was it aimed at the balls of light. With a crisp clang, the iron hook smashed into the chains behind the balls of light. The front end of the iron hook suddenly closed, locking onto the balls of light. The Hate Monarch forcefully pulled backwards, and the iron hook slid along the chains, creating a series of sparks. Finally, it stopped where the balls of light was, and immediately grabbed onto the huge metal ball. Although the hate monarch looked fat and big, he was actually very scheming. Sima Qian's attacks were indeed painful, and he couldn't withstand the power of a domain weapon. However, his greatest advantage was his endurance. The defense of his fat was comparable to that of a divine weapon. He finally grasped this opportunity. Moreover, he had his eyes on Sima Qian's balls of light. He planned to snatch it and use it as his own weapon. From his point of view, this weapon had the ability to grow in size. The two forces pulled back at the same time, and instantly, the two chains became taut. With a difference in their cultivation, how could Sima Qian be a match for the hate monarch in terms of pure strength? His body was instantly pulled over bit by bit. However, Sima Qian definitely couldn't let go. The balls of light could be said to be his ability to survive. Once he gave it up, it would be an unparalleled blow to him. Even his domain relied on this equipment to unleash its power. If he could form a soul within the balls of light, then this terrifyingly destructive weapon might even evolve into a divine weapon. The soul fire in the hate monarch's eyes flickered, presenting a deathly white light. He was pleased with himself as he pulled Sima Qian closer and closer. The plague domain emitted a thick stench as it continuously corroded Sima Qian's body. At this moment, a huge blue fireball suddenly flew over and violently collided with the hate monarch's iron hook chains. A violent explosion was accompanied by countless blue sparks. The hate monarch's body was also stained, and his fat sizzled as it burned. At the same time, there was a layer of holy golden light within the scorching blue flames, and it forcefully reduced the poison cloud by more than half. The one who had suddenly helped Sima Qian was undoubtedly Lin Xian. At this moment, the radiant holy fire on Lin Xian's robe of the praise of the holy fire burned intensely, turning into circles of golden red flames that soared into the sky. It caused the holy sun curse above his head to have an additional layer of golden red around the originally blue flames, making it look even more magnificent. His attacks also instantly became violent. A huge dragon's head emerged from the holy sun and breathed out at the pit magical spider king. The blazing temperature forced the underground cave magic spider sovereign to retreat. The perfect combination of light and fire finally gave Lin Xian the upper hand for the time being. However, the underground cave magic spider sovereign wasn't so easy to deal with. The stripes on its body shone brightly, fiercely spraying out a huge spider web that floated in the air, shielding its huge body. Under the combination of Lin Xian's radiant sacred fire and holy sun incantation, he was unexpectedly unable to directly destroy this spider web. After being filtered by the spider web, the power of each magic would drop substantially, and the four forelimbs of the underground cave magic spider sovereign danced in the air, dissolving them one by one. However, this way, Lin Xian finally gained the upper hand for a short period of time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he fully displayed the advantages of a mage. The fireballs did not only appear on Sima Qian's side. Lin Xian's holy sun curse erupted at full force, and a pillar of fire shot out from the holy sun straight into the sky. Immediately after, the pillar of fire suddenly shattered, turning into hundreds of fireballs that flew in all directions at the same time. Lin Xian's precise control of magic was undoubtedly on display. These fireballs looked chaotic, but it was as if they had eyes, and each one could find its own target. Among them, the most concentrated on Chun Ying-er's side. At least 50 huge golden blue fireballs found their way to the Bone Dragon army. For a moment, there was a violent explosion in the air. At least a dozen bone dragons from the Bone Dragon army were caught off guard and were blasted into pieces by the holy sun exploding fireball. Under the effect of the radiant holy fire, although their souls were not directly burned to ashes, they suffered great damage. In addition, there was the support for Sima Qian and Wang Yuanyuan. After Wang Yuanyuan transformed into the mighty miracle god, she clashed head-on with the Skeleton King, gradually forcing the other party to retreat. After being bombarded by the fireballs, the Skeleton King's sturdy body finally could not withstand it anymore. Layers of black light continuously emitted from its body, and it quickly retreated 100 meters while roaring in anger. Only then did it stabilize its position. However, Wang Yuanyuan did not give the other party any chance to recover at all. A sky-splitting cannon fiercely bombarded the Skeleton King's right arm that held the bone blade, finally leaving a large crack there. Sima Xian benefited even more. The first fireball bombarded the chain, and the scorching temperature immediately slowed the Hate King's movements. Immediately after, another dozen or so fireballs directly shot toward its huge body. Although the Hate King could take a beating, it was not willing to be roasted by these high-temperature fireballs filled with light attribute. The fat on its body instantly lit up with a deathly white light, and it suddenly rushed to the side. The moment it rushed out, it actually left a series of afterimages behind it. Its speed was comparable to teleportation, and it formed a stark contrast with its huge body. Lin Xin was multitasking and naturally could not control these fireballs to chase after it. However, after these fireballs lost their target, they all bombarded the Hate King's chain. The Hate King turned pale with fright. It also treasured its iron hook very much, and it did not know how many undead creatures' soul fires it had absorbed to obtain its current power. It suddenly pulled back, wanted to pull the iron hook back. However, this time, Sima Xian did not have it. He turned from passive to active and used all his strength to pull the ball of light. The taut chain continuously endured the bombardment of fireballs at the same spot. Seeing that the part of the chain had already been burnt red, mournful cries sounded from the chain. It was the result of the vengeful spirits being purified by the radiant holy fire. Sima Xian roared, and the muscles in his arms tightened. At the same time as he pulled back with all his strength, a dense golden light instantly rose from his back, transforming into a huge blade that slashed at the red-hot part of the chain. At this moment, the Hate King was completely flustered. He definitely could not let his weapon be destroyed just like that. He used all his strength to pull back, and the deathly white light on his body shone brightly. In his small eyes, the soul fires danced wildly. It was obvious that he was using all his strength. He had to change the position of the chain no matter what, and not let Sima Xian's blade hit him. However, the Hate King never expected that Sima Xian's heavy strength would suddenly disappear at this moment. There was no warning at all, and it was simply too sudden. Because the Hate King had used too much strength, his body rolled on the ground like a gourd, and Sima Xian, who had suddenly stopped using his strength, was also pulled high into the air by this huge force. He crashed into the ball of light, and then fell in the direction of the Hate King. In order to snatch back his iron hook, the Hate King had used all his strength and spiritual power to pull. Sima Xian's body was like a cannonball as he crashed into him. At this moment, almost half of the powerful fighters on the battlefield between the humans and the undead had witnessed this strange and shocking scene. The huge bald man hugged a terrifying metal ball that had a diameter of 50 meters in the air and then pressed it down on the fat man who was lying on the ground like a mountain of flesh. The bald man smashed into the mountain of flesh with the metal ball and let out an extremely unpleasant sound. One could see a layer of yellowish-white fat spurting out from the center of the collision. The force of the collision was simply too great. The yellowish-white fat had been forcefully squeezed out from the wounds on the Hate King's body. Even with his level of defense, he almost fainted from the terrifying force of the collision. The attack that Sima Xian had prepared for a long time was naturally not that simple. The current scene was like this. The fat man was at the bottom, his fat flowing out, and a huge metal ball was in the middle of his chest and abdomen. On the other side of the metal ball was the bald priest, Sun Ma Xian. Purple lightning flashed in an instant, and the vigor ball of light between the two powerhouses also turned into a purple crystal color in an instant. The vigorous ball of light that was stuck to their chests opened at the same time, and a violent explosion sounded in the next moment. 9 terrifying explosions were accompanied by countless bolts of purple lightning. The Sovereign Hate King's huge body twitched and trembled violently under the bombardment. He wanted to struggle, but Sima Xian, who was pressing down on him with all his might, held him down. No matter what, he could not move. The two were too close, and this caused Sima Xian to suffer the aftermath of the purple godly thunder cannon. His entire body sizzled from the terrifying lightning, and under his epic ranked armor, there was a faint charred smell. However, Sima Xian was just that valiant, and he didn't give in at all. He allowed the terrifying lightning to continue bombarding them. Fortunately, he and the Hate King didn't have any hair. Otherwise, they would definitely have explosive hairstyles. This scene was just too powerful. No one had expected that their battle would develop into such a scene. Although Sima Xian had suffered a lot from the aftermath, the Hate King was the one who had been seriously injured. The terrifying purple godly thunder cannon kept hitting the core of his body, and the protective layer of fat in his body had been squeezed out. The Hate King's soul fire pulsed violently. Every time his huge body trembled, a large amount of fat would flow out. This time, he had finally been seriously injured. However, as one of the 10 undead lords, he wouldn't just wait for death. When the 9th explosion ended, Sima Xian suddenly felt the huge body beneath him tense up. It was completely different from the softness it had felt before. Before he could react, a silver-white light flashed, and Sima Xian's body disappeared along with his vigor ball of light. In the next instant, a crazy explosion erupted from the Hate King's body. Countless amounts of fat, organs, and bones turned into a terrifying storm that swept across a 1,000-meter radius. This caused the humans and undead on the other battlefields to dodge frantically, afraid that they would be hit by the poisonous fat. When Sima Xian reappeared, he was already beside Long Haochen. However, his body was also shrinking rapidly, and his face was pale. The eternal sword in Long Haochen's hand drew a beautiful arc in the air, and a huge blade of light that was 100 meters long appeared, forcing the undead Judgment Knight and the Bone Dragon King to retreat. At the same time, the green ball of light flew out of the 3 balls of light that were revolving around him and landed on Sima Xian's body. Sima Xian had used all his strength to attack the Hate King. Not only had he used up too much spiritual power, but he was also being corroded by the poisonous plague. When the green ball of light landed on his body, he immediately felt a cool sensation enter his body. It was indescribably comfortable, and the poison in his body was easily sucked away. There was a flash of green light, and a gentle force pushed Sima Xian's body backwards towards Hao Yue's direction. Long Haochen had been paying attention to the entire battle, and he naturally saw the fatal collision between the Hate King and Sima Xian. When the Hate King's body froze, he felt that something was wrong. If Sima Xian continued to stay there, he would probably be heavily injured even with the soul chain. At the same time, the soul chain would also affect the others. Hence, he immediately activated the instant flash domain and teleported Sima Xian to his side. Was the Hate King dead? No. The answer was no. As an undead creature and an undead lord, how could it die so easily? The Abomination King's terrifying body exploded, but a deathly white spirit fire instantly vanished. In the distance, the largest abomination in the Abomination army suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the spirit fire in its eyes turned deathly white. Clearly, its body had been taken over by the Abomination King. The Hate King grabbed 2 hate beasts with each hand, and an intense deathly white light instantly spread out. Very quickly, the bodies of the 2 hate beasts withered, while the Hate King's body rapidly swelled up. Although the other hate beasts were filled with fear, they didn't dare to escape. They could only let the Hate King devour them one by one to recover its strength. However, it was impossible for the Hate King to recover to his original strength in a short period of time. After all, it was his original body that exploded. After a soul was taken over, it needed a long period of time to adapt. In this battle, it could be said that the Hate King and Sima Xian were evenly matched. Sima Xian had overexerted himself and was injured, so he wouldn't be able to fight for a short period of time. On the other hand, the Hate King had lost its original body, so its losses were greater. The 9 battlefields had become 8, but the crisis of the Glimmer of Dawn monster hunters had become even more obvious. Because of Lin Xian's full-strength eruption, the duration of the radiant praise had sharply decreased. At this moment, it was already at the end of its duration, and the pit demon spider monarch that was being suppressed by him was already beginning to stir. Its cold eyes gazed at Lin Xian as if it was looking at a dead person. Although Chun-Ing was able to catch her breath with Lin Xian's help, the Lich King's attacks became even more ferocious. At this moment, purplish-black bubbles kept surging out of the four-headed chimera that Madul had transformed into, causing huge wounds. It looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, and her summoned beast army was also collapsing under the attacks of the Bone Dragon Legion. Wang Yuanyuan's eruption was also nearing its end. The mighty miracle god's body began to turn illusory, and the skeleton king that had recovered its strength began to close in and launch a counterattack. Chun-Ing's forehead was already dripping with sweat. She had been sitting cross-legged in the air, but now she stood up. The 6 crystal balls around her simultaneously emitted a layer of hazy white light. The Lich King in the distance naturally saw this scene. She very cunningly retreated to the back of the Bone Dragon Legion. She naturally saw that Chun-Ing wanted to fight with her life on the line, but it was also very likely that this would be her last attack. If she blocked this attack, this human would definitely die. The depths of Chun-Ing's eyes flickered. The 108 elixirs on the Soul Saint garment all shone. A ball of white light also lit up on her chest. That was her elixir. She raised her right hand, and the 6 crystal balls shot out a white light at the same time. Immediately after, a majestic figure rose behind Chun-Ing. It was the beast god's descent. The white light shot out from the 6 crystal balls concentrated on Madul's body. Immediately, the wounds on Madul's body healed at an astonishing speed. At the same time, the negative effects of the Lich King's necromancy and black magic were all expelled. Chun-Ing floated forward and slowly landed on Madul's back. Looking at the Lich King in the distance, she sneered and said, "If I don't show you how powerful I am, you won't know what a soul saintess is." Pointing her right hand forward, Chun-Ing muttered a few incantations. Suddenly, a white light streaked across the sky and flew straight towards a bone dragon in the core position of the Bone Dragon Legion. These bone dragons had extremely strong combat instincts. Naturally, they would not wait helplessly for death. Several bone dragons spat out their breaths at the white light at the same time. However, a scene that terrified them appeared. Their breaths did not have any effect on the white light at all. In fact, it did not even weaken it in the slightest. It was as if the white light did not sense their existence at all. It directly passed through them and accurately landed on the head of the target bone dragon. The bone dragon's body froze in an instant. At the next moment, it suddenly went crazy. At least in the eyes of the other bone dragons, this companion of theirs had gone crazy. The bone dragon that was hit by the white light suddenly went crazy after a brief moment of sluggishness. It swung its huge long tail and struck the neck of the bone dragon beside it, forcibly sending its head flying. At the same time, its body crashed into another bone dragon, and it spat out its breath on the head of the bone dragon below it. Fortresses were always the easiest to be breached from the inside. This bone dragon that had gone crazy had severely injured 3 of its companions almost instantly. This was just the beginning. Chun-Ing pointed her right hand again, and another white light flew out. It also hit the other core position of the Bone Dragon Legion. The result was exactly the same as before. Another bone dragon had gone crazy. The 2 bone dragons going crazy immediately threw the entire Bone Dragon Legion into chaos. The attacks on Chun-Ing's summoned beasts were also greatly weakened. At this moment, Chun-Ing's summoned beasts were only left with a dozen or so. Faced with such a situation, they naturally launched a crazy counterattack. The Lich King immediately reacted after a brief moment of sluggishness. He hurriedly commanded the Bone Dragon Legion to tear the 2 crazy bone dragons to pieces. However, they had still caused the loss of several bone dragons. At this moment, Chun-Ing had already sent out the 3rd white light. At this moment, the Bone Dragon Legion began to panic. As one of the most powerful creatures in the netherworld, these bone dragons were also extremely intelligent. Seeing that the outcome of being hit by the white light was certain death, who would be willing to be attacked? For a moment, the entire scene was in chaos. Chunning had also forcibly turned the situation around. What everyone could see was that the back of her clothes was completely drenched. She looked calm on the surface, but she was now so weak that she had to rely on Madol's continuous power to stand firm. After such a long battle, although she had the continuous support of the Soul Saint garment, the consumption of her spiritual power and mental strength had caused the Soul Saintess to be on the verge of collapse. Those 3 white lights were undoubtedly her natural talent as the Soul Saintess' soul bestowal. No matter how strong the bone dragons were, they were still magical beasts. Faced with the oracle of the beast deity, Chun-Ing, Er's soul bestowal could still be effective. However, the bone dragons were not only level 9 powerhouses, but also completely relied on their own soul fire to control their abilities. If Chun-Ing wanted to use the soul bestowal to control these bone dragons, she would need to expend a huge amount of spiritual power. Causing 3 bone dragons to go crazy consecutively was already her current limit. However, at least the situation was temporarily stabilized. At this moment, there was another change on the battlefield. Rays of golden light filled with a divine aura suddenly descended from the sky, landing on each and every member of the Light of Dawn monster hunters. This golden light had a strong aura of the light attribute. Under its shroud, everyone felt a strong sense of warmth. The shield of fear and sorrow in Han Yu's hands once again knocked the zombie sovereign away. Golden light lingered on his chest, and his eyes constantly flickered, showing the release of spiritual power at this time. That's right, the golden light came from the power of his spiritual stove of Light's blessing. With the addition of the spiritual stove of Light's blessing, Sima Xian, who had lost his combat power, quickly recovered his spiritual power. Wang Yuan's giant spiritual god's body also stabilized. Lin Xian and Chun-Ing Er's state was also much more stable, and their spiritual power had fully recovered. And Kai, Long Yating, Han Yu, Zhang Fangfang, and Long Haochen, who could originally maintain a stalemate with the other party, also had their spiritual power fully rise. Just like Zhang Fangfang had advanced his second spiritual stove of life to the highest level, Han Yu's spiritual stove of Light's blessing had also been upgraded to the highest level. As early as the battle with the demons, Han Yu had completely set his future direction of development. Full support. At this time, as soon as the power of the spiritual stove of Light's blessing was unleashed, it instantly recovered the disadvantage on the battlefield. It could be said that he had turned the tide. At this time, the undead Judgment Knight was finally a little anxious. There was no movement from Hao Yue's evolution, so he could wait for an opportunity with peace of mind. Seeing that these humans were about to be unable to hold on, and their goal was about to be successful, who knew that this skill of Han Yu would immediately cheer up the humans who were on the verge of collapse. It seemed that there was no possibility of them being defeated for a while. If time dragged on, it would only be advantageous for these humans. Once Hao Yue completed his evolution, the undead Judgment Knight dared not imagine it. At this time, he finally dared not hold back anymore. The undead Judgment Knight let out a tyrannical roar towards the sky, and the aura on his body suddenly became stronger. Hearing his long roar, the soul fire in the eyes of the other 9 sovereigns also became stronger, and each of them let out a long roar. Suddenly, the army of the undead in the distance, which had been silent for a long time and had been watching this earth-shattering battle, moved. Under the command of their king, they rushed towards the direction of Hao Yue like a tide. Previously, the undead Judgment Knight was unwilling to do this because he was very clear that the consequences of doing so would definitely cause a great loss of these high-level undead creatures, which would hurt the foundation of their future rule. After all, no one knew which race would suffer the most in this battle. Therefore, before the arrival of the 10 kings, other than the skeletal dragon king's skeletal dragon, which was bound to participate in the battle, the other 9 kings had already reached a tacit agreement to either not take action or attack together. At this time, seeing that the human defense line was not easily shaken, the undead Judgment Knight finally couldn't help but mobilize the army. A heavy pressure immediately appeared in the hearts of the members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad. At this moment, it was as if they were fighting against a plane. Although they each had formidable strength, contending against a plane, whether it was in terms of ability or mentality, made them feel somewhat unbearable. After the undead Judgment Paladin roared, his attack changed. The soul fire in his eyes suddenly burned fiercely, and his 5-meter-tall body expanded once again. In the blink of an eye, he was already 5 meters tall. Chapter 270. Contrary to the expansion of the undead Judgment Knight's body, the Bone Dragon Monarch's body was shrinking at an alarming rate. Then, its bluish-white bones disintegrated, and the bluish-white soul fire flew forward in an instant, landing directly on the purplish-black greatsword in the undead Judgment Knight's hand. The greatsword was like a torch that had been lit, and bluish-white flames instantly rose up. At the same time, the bones of the Bone Dragon Sovereign also climbed onto the body of the undead Judgment Paladin like maggots, turning into a bluish-white bone armor. A terrifying dark aura erupted from the undead Judgment Knight's body like a blowout. As the true master of this plane, he naturally had the means to make other undead lords submit to him. The undead Judgment Knight's aura surged violently, giving Long Houchin the illusion that he was facing the Demon Emperor. Perhaps the undead Judgment Knight's cultivation was not comparable to the Demon Emperor's, nor did it have an artifact like the Demon God Pillar to assist it. But at this time, it was undoubtedly the strongest person Long Houchin had ever seen other than the Demon Emperor and Electrolux. The suppression of the Throne of God's aura and domain was obviously weakened, and Long Houchin's eyes became solemn. The other party was going to do it at all costs. Nirvana, formless, domain seal. The undead Judgment Knight's deep voice sounded, and then a huge purplish-black symbol appeared behind him. At the same time, the same symbol appeared behind Long Houchin. Long Houchin was shocked to find that the eternal light domain produced by the fusion of his light god domain and eternal domain had lost its effect in an instant. The other party had sealed his domain? What ability was this? After all, in the human world, no one's cultivation could reach above the 6th rank of the 9th rank. Naturally, no one would tell him that when one's cultivation broke through the 7th rank of the 9th rank, they would have a special ability, Domain Seal. Domain Seal could only be used against opponents with a lower cultivation than the user. It would usually appear in battles where the user's domain was inferior to the opponent's, but the opponent's strength was stronger. The undead Judgment Knight's original cultivation had just reached the 7th rank. If he forcibly used this Domain Seal, there was a high chance of failure. But now that he had completely combined his power with the Bone Dragon King, it was different. Although he couldn't break through the solid bottleneck of 1,000,000 spiritual energy points, it was easy to use this Domain Seal skill again. Long Houchin's Eternal Light domain had too much of an effect on him. Even after the enhancement, he was not confident that he could defeat Long Houchin when he released his domain. Hence, he sealed Long Houchin's domain right from the start. Although he could no longer use his domain, it would become a head-on clash of strength. He would no longer be affected by Long Houchin's domain. Not only did the undead Judgment Knight erupt, but the other undead lords also launched a full-scale and violent attack. They were very clear that if they let the human in front of them free up, even a single skill would bring about a large number of casualties to their subordinates. At the same time, it would affect their determination to destroy Austin Griffin. If it didn't go all out now, when would they? In response to the undead Judgment Knight's outburst, Long Houchin only made a simple movement. He held the Eternal Sword with both hands instead. The undead Judgment Knight was shocked to find that in the face of his complete suppression, the human in front of him seemed to be unaffected. His emotions were still very stable, and he was only locked onto him. Could it be that he didn't care about the lives of Austin Griffin and his companions? No, that's impossible. No matter what he was thinking, the undead Judgment Knight's attacks did not stop. In midair, he slowly raised his heavy sword that was spitting out icy blue flames and made a slashing motion at Long Houchen. As soon as this complicated attack was unleashed, an extremely loud dragon's roar sounded in midair. The icy blue flames turned into a huge bone dragon, burning with purplish-black flames, and flew straight at Long Houchen. With this attack, all the advancing undead army below slowed down for a moment. All the dark elements in the air seemed to be sucked away by this attack, and everything turned into a vacuum. Long Houchen only felt that everything in front of him and his surroundings were distorted. A bottomless, abyss-like mouth was about to bite him. The eternal armor was instantly filled with a layer of purplish-black light that wanted to seep into it. A strange buzzing sound rang out from Long Houchen's chest, and the huge jewel on the breastplate suddenly turned milky white. Then, tens of thousands of rays of light shot out from the jewel. Long Houchen took a step forward in the void, and the eternal sword slowly moved up. In the process of the eternal sword moving up, the undead Judgment Knight's spiritual power seemed to advance at a slower speed. It wasn't until Long Houchen completely raised his sword and absorbed all the eternal light from his chest that the huge dragon's head bit in front of Long Houchen. The nine-colored golden light swept through the air in a straight vertical line, and the huge shadow of the bone dragon immediately froze. Seeing that the nine-colored golden light was about to spread in the direction of the undead Judgment Knight, the master of the black and red world waved his giant sword, severing his connection with the attack just now. Poof! The shadow of the bone dragon exploded, and the nine-colored golden light also flashed. Long Houchen took 3 steps back in midair to stabilize himself. What a powerful, transcending god weapon. The undead Judgment Knight couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. It seemed like Long Houchen, who was retreating, had released much less spiritual power than him in the collision just now. Relying on the power of the transcending god weapon, Long Houchen was able to resolve his attack. However, this was only the beginning. The undead Judgment Knight's eyes burned with spiritual fire, and his figure flashed like lightning. This time, he didn't attack from afar, but directly appeared in front of Long Houchen. He swept the giant sword in his hand towards Long Houchen. Not only was this sword fast, but also followed the laws of heaven and earth. That beautiful trajectory caused even Long Houchen's expression to change slightly. The eternal sword blocked it, and with a loud clang, Long Houchen's body shone with 9-colored golden light, but he was swept 100 meters away. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage. A transcending god weapon didn't mean that it was invincible. The difference in their cultivation was completely revealed in this attack. However, although a transcending god weapon didn't mean that it was invincible, it definitely meant that it was powerful. When the two swords collided, the undead Judgment Knight only felt a strong aura of life rushing towards him. It greatly disturbed the aura of death of him and the Bone Dragon King. His body couldn't help but slow down for a moment. It was also during this moment that Long Houchen had already returned in front of him. Without the resistance of the domain, the battle between the two became even more intense. Every time they collided, a layer of intense light would ripple in the air. When darkness reached its peak, it no longer feared light. The undead Judgment Knight's terrifying strength of close to 1,000,000 spiritual power pushed Long Houchen back again and again. However, because of the powerful attribute suppression of the eternal and creation throne of God, he couldn't take a step closer to Long Haoyue. After both sides continued to increase their strength, the situation was still in a stalemate. However, apart from them, there were rapid changes in other places. First, it was Chun Ing-er's defeat. With the help of Soul Bestowal, Chun Ing-er caused the Bone Dragon army to fall into chaos, losing at least a dozen bone dragons. Furthermore, her summoned beasts also gained a certain advantage under the frenzied counterattack. However, her attack, which was like the final radiance of a setting sun, could not be sustained for long. After a short advantage, the undead Judgment Knight unleashed his power. The Lich King also unleashed her power. The bone staff in her hand suddenly shattered, and the remaining 40 bone dragons in the air retreated quickly. The Lich King flew to the front, pointed the bone staff forward, and muttered something. Then, tens of thousands of dark air currents surged up from the ground. They swept towards the Lich King's body. That was the power of the Lich King's Lich King. The power of one Lich was nothing, but when tens of thousands of Lich Kings sacrificed their power to the Lich King at the same time, it could only be described as terrifying. After all, this was the Lich King's home ground. The Lich King formed a complicated symbol with both hands, and the soul fire in his eyes suddenly burned with intense white light. Then, a huge vertical eye appeared in the void. The vertical eye was 20 meters tall, and it stared in the direction of Madol. In an instant, a boundless color with strange waves found Madol's body. Although Chun-Ing activated her beast god domain to the extreme and released all the spiritual power that she had just recovered from the light's spiritual cauldron, she couldn't block this attack. The Lich King obviously didn't give her the chance to summon for the third time. In order to protect Chun-Ing, the four-headed chimera that Madol had transformed into was seriously injured and fell towards the hill where Hayua was. Chun-Ing-Er's spiritual power was also greatly damaged, and she temporarily lost the ability to fight. The breakthrough finally appeared. The Lich King led the skeletal dragon army and charged straight towards the hill. She seemed to be able to see the scene of Austin Griffin dying in her hands. She wasn't the only one who charged into the breakthrough. The Abomination King also charged in at the same time. After absorbing the power of his tribesmen, the Abomination King's huge body was a little uncoordinated, and his power was weakened by more than 40%. However, he eventually returned. He picked up his big iron hook and followed behind the Lich King, swaying as he charged into the breakthrough. However, at the same time as the breakthrough appeared, someone from the Light of Dawn monster hunters also got free. Kai and the Shadow King had been fighting. The Shadow King was the main attacker, and she was the main defender. With the power of the Death Scythe, although couldn't catch the other party's figure, she wasn't at a disadvantage either. The Shadow King didn't dare to push it too far. The purification aura emitted by the Death Scythe made him very fearful. In terms of attributes, this purification power was much more terrifying than the light attribute. Although the 10 Great Kings had reached an agreement to take this opportunity to completely destroy Austin Griffin, his life was his own. The Shadow King definitely didn't dare to use his soul fire as a bet. He could feel that once his soul fire was mixed with the purification power, even if it wasn't extinguished, its power would probably be greatly reduced. Just as the Lich King erupted and absorbed the power of the corpse necromancer to increase his strength, attacking Chun-Ing with all his might, Kai suddenly changed her tactics. Kai raised her left hand, and a golden light suddenly rose into the air, appearing in the air in front of her. Immediately after, the golden light shone brightly, and a huge 7-floor pagoda appeared in the air. A huge suction force suddenly emanated from the bottom of the pagoda. The Shadow King, who was fighting with Kai, didn't expect that Kai would suddenly display such a means. The Tower of Eternity was an artifact, and it had almost evolved into a supreme artifact. Although the Shadow King was powerful, one should not forget that, in a sense, his body could also be regarded as a kind of vengeful spirit, which was somewhat similar to the Vengeful Spirit King. This Tower of Eternity was once a powerful artifact specially used by the Holy Law of Necromancy, Undead Calamity Electrolux, to suppress vengeful spirits. Although neither Long Houchin nor Kai had inherited Electrolux necromancy, the Tower of Eternity still had a deterrent effect on all undead creatures. As soon as the Tower of Eternity appeared, the Shadow King only felt that his soul fire was burning violently, uncontrollably. In great shock, he hurriedly stabilized his soul fire, but his shadow body was also revealed. Although he was not sucked in and imprisoned by the Tower of Eternity with his powerful cultivation, he was temporarily unable to move. Kai stepped out of the void and came in front of the Shadow King. At this time, the Shadow King had no other choice but to fight head-on. The Tower of Eternity shone brightly again, and the powerful deterrent to the undead creatures cut off the connection between the Shadow King and his people, so that he could not completely absorb the power of his people like the Lich King to increase his own explosive power. The next moment, the pure white light of the Death Scythe exploded on his body. Death's demise, Death's purification, Death's howl, Death's kiss, Death's extermination. The first 5 of the 7 absolutes of death were cast in one go, outlining a beautiful and dazzling picture of the death god's purification in the air. The purification domain also suddenly became pure at this moment, completely enveloping the Shadow King. When her last attack cut into the Shadow King's body, the Shadow King's soul fire could no longer escape and was directly pierced by the purification blade. The sharp scream shocked everyone, so much so that the Lich King's speed of rushing towards Hayue stagnated for a moment. He watched in disbelief as the Shadow King was purified by Kai-Ur's Death Scythe. In terms of strength alone, the Shadow King was slightly above her, but how did he die just like that? This Death Scythe could even purify the undead scourge Electrolux, let alone the Shadow King. After purifying the Shadow King, the purification light on Kai-Ur's body became extremely strong. The Tower of Eternity retracted, and she just flashed in the air, blocking the path of the Lich King and the Bone Dragon Legion. Then, she held the Death Scythe in her right hand behind her back and slowly stretched out her left hand. A small white lotus quietly flew out and went straight to the Lich King. The Lich King was a king of a generation. Seeing the Shadow King being purified with her own eyes, and then seeing this seemingly harmless white lotus that made her soul tremble, she immediately released instant teleportation without hesitation. In a flash, she was already thousands of meters away. That's right, the small white flower that Kai released was her domain skill, Flourishing Lotus. The terrifying power of the purification domain erupted in the Bone Dragon Legion under the influence of the small lotus. Pieces of white petals spread outwards and stained the bodies of the bone dragons. The powerful bone dragons actually trembled violently in the air. More than 40 bone dragons were frozen under the inconspicuous petals. Their huge bodies did not change at all, but the soul fires in their eye sockets were slowly extinguishing. The Bone Dragon King armor on the undead Judgment Knight's body instantly erupted with dazzling ice blue flames. The Bone Dragon King was about to go crazy. Although he had handed over all his subordinates to the Lich King to command, they were his clansmen. They had already suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, but most of the bone dragons that died in the battle could still recover slowly. As long as their soul fires were not extinguished, the undead creatures were almost immortal. However, the situation was completely different under the attack of Kai-Ur's Flourishing Lotus. The Bone Dragon King clearly felt that the souls of his subordinates were being purified. They were really going to die. The Bone Dragon lineage only had over 100 soul fires, and this attack was going to destroy more than half of them. How could he not go crazy? The undead Judgment Knight also realized the seriousness of the problem. At the same time that the Bone Dragon King erupted, he raised the heavy sword in his hand high, and a storm of purplish black and ice blue bloomed from his body. He recklessly rushed towards Long Houchen. It seemed that he wanted to knock Long Houchen away and then rescue the Bone Dragon Legion. However, how could Long Houchen let him succeed? That was his lover. Your opponent is me. Long Houchen's voice was very calm, but it was as if he had given judgment to the Bone Dragon Legion. Immediately after, one of the 3 light orbs surrounding the eternal armor suddenly lit up and instantly fused with the eternal sword, causing the supreme divine artifact heavy sword to be dyed in an emerald green color. Take a strike from my sword too. Revival of all things. In an instant, the undead Judgment Knight felt that everything around him had suddenly changed. All the darkness and red instantly disappeared, and what appeared in front of him was actually a world of nature. There were tall trees and vegetation everywhere, and the faint fragrance of flowers mixed with the soft sound of soil and vegetation wafted towards him. The sun shone on the ground, and a warm aura swept over gently. The undead Judgment Knight was stunned, and so was the Bone Dragon King. They were not born as undead. Looking at this scene that was filled with nature, their souls trembled violently, and the strong desire to fight from before had mostly disappeared. However, in the next moment, they were pulled back to reality. The danger of their lives caused them to wake up from the illusion, and the intense pain caused their soul fire to boil. At this time, the undead Judgment Knight was already 3,000 meters away from Longhouchen, but it was still sent flying by Longhouchen's sword. There were 18 crisscrossing green scars on the undead Judgment Knight's body. Each of the scars released a strong life aura, constantly counteracting the death aura of the undead Judgment Knight. The undead Judgment Knight stared blankly at Longhouchen and said, What did you say the name of this sword was?" Longhouchen was also a little puzzled. Although he knew the power of this sword was very strong, he did not expect the undead Judgment Knight to suddenly become stupid and take it head-on without dodging. Although the armor of the Bone Dragon King blocked most of the attack, this sword should have hurt him quite badly. In response to the question of the undead Judgment Knight, Longhouchen answered, "This is one of the 3 great sword skills that come with my eternal and creative throne of God, the eternal 3 swords, revival of all things." The soul fire of the undead Judgment Knight suddenly revealed a deep sadness and said, "Revival of all things, revival of all things. How good would it be if we could really revive all things? Is there such green in the plane you are in?" Longhouchen nodded and said, "Of course there is. That is a scene of nature." The undead Judgment Knight's mood changed in an instant, and he suddenly roared violently, "Why do we have to lose this green that is filled with the aura of life forever? Austin Griffin, you must die, aw." As he roared, the 18 crisscross scars on his body actually healed at an alarming rate. A thick aura of darkness rushed into his body, completely dispersing the aura of life that the eternal sword had attached to him, and he once again rushed towards Longhouchen. Longhouchen's expression was solemn, but he wasn't anxious at all. He wasn't worried about the situation behind him at all. With Kai around, Hao Yue didn't have to worry at all. At the same time that the undead Judgment Knight was sent flying by Longhouchen's revival of all things, the army of skeletal dragons had also disintegrated. The purifying power of the flourishing lotus was like water that had washed away all the impurities, completely purifying their souls. The skeletal dragons fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Their skeletons fell into a peaceful slumber, and their souls were also purified in peace. In the end, they only felt relieved and comfortable and not the slightest bit of fear. The Sovereign Hatred King stared dumbfoundedly at the bone dragons falling in front of him. He wasn't an idiot, and since his strength wasn't at its peak, he immediately turned around and ran, not daring to continue charging at Kai. Kai stood in the air, and the purified souls in the air all turned into purifying energy, converging on her like rivers flowing into the sea. Kai's aura became unprecedentedly powerful. With Longhouchen's senses, how could he not know what was happening to his companions when the light of dawn was fighting against the 10 undead lords? However, his emotions were very calm, and he wasn't worried at all about the situation worsening. Why? He could use the instant flash domain to protect his companions' lives, but he couldn't guarantee that Hao Yue wouldn't be in danger. Where did his calmness come from? It came from his trump card, and his trump card was Kai. Coming to the plane of souls, it could be said that all members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad were somewhat weakened. This place wasn't suitable for the majority of them to fight, especially those who possessed the light attribute. Apart from Han Yu's spiritual stove of protection of light, it was very difficult for them to recover in this battlefield. However, not everyone was weakened in this plane. Among the Light of Dawn monster hunters, there was one person who was most suitable to fight in such an environment. Her strength would also be amplified countless times, and that person was Kai. Kai's purifying power was the absolute nemesis of undead creatures. Besides, as long as she purified a powerful undead creature, the purified soul fire of the undead creature would be converted into purifying power for her use. Back then, Electrolux had imparted his power to Kai in this way, allowing Kai and Long Houchen to break through the rank 9 bottleneck and quickly obtain their own domain. In the purification process, it even helped her Grim Reaper scythe evolve. Before the light of Dawn monster hunters came here, Long Houchen had already set a target and battle plan. The plan was very simple, and that was to stall for time. Their goal was only to block the enemies and buy enough time for Hao Yue, and not to fight the undead creatures to the death. Hence, although the two sides launched a fierce collision at the beginning, the light of Dawn monster hunters still held back slightly, and this reservation was mainly reflected in Kai and Long Houchen. Exposing the power of Kai's purifying power too early would definitely attract the attention of the undead lords, and the undead army below would come earlier. These undead lords ruled this plane and naturally had their strengths. If they could delay their full-scale outbreak, it would be more advantageous for Hao Yue to complete his evolution. At this moment, when the undead lords finally couldn't help but attack with all their might, and Chunninger was even repelled, Kyra erupted. With the Tower of Eternity, the Purification Domain, and the Grim Reaper's 7 absolutes, she purified the Shadow King before he could react. Then, by absorbing the purifying power of the Shadow King's soul fire, she released a flourishing lotus in the shortest time possible, and instantly reversed the situation of the entire battlefield. Not only did she seal the gap, but she also reduced the 10 undead lords to 9, and the skeletal dragon army was almost completely annihilated. From pretending to be weak to exploding with power, Kai-Er's outstanding performance had already shaken all the undead monarchs. Nobody wanted to be the next target to be purified, and the undead army below also began to attack the hill where Hao Yue was at. Water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. 6 balls of light, representing the 6 major attributes, erupted in different directions at the same time. Among the 12 holy guards, there were 6 melee attacks and 6 magic attacks. Their abilities were extremely balanced, and the souls of the powerhouses gave them strong combat abilities. In terms of combat experience and actual combat skills, the members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters couldn't be compared to them. Hence, they didn't need Kai-Er's command at all. When the undead army began to attack, they were already prepared for battle. 6 magic spells and 6 forbidden spells were blasted from 6 directions at the same time, and large swathes of the undead army fell like wheat being reaped. The low-level undead perished directly, and the high-level undead couldn't care less about attacking the enemy, and hurriedly defended with all their might. However, a large number of dark magic, curses, and necromagic began to bombard the hill crazily. There were too many undead army, and it could be said that all the high-level undead in this plane were gathered here. The forbidden spells of the 12 holy guards could only disrupt their attack, but couldn't completely stop them, especially the high-level undead that were charging at the front, who had extremely strong immunity to magic. Kai-Er snorted coldly, raised her left hand, and released the Tower of Eternity once again. At the same time, she floated down. The Tower of Eternity instantly enlarged and covered the entire hill. Under the bombardment of a large number of high-level undead, the Tower of Eternity burst out circles of colorful halos, and it seemed to be swaying in the wind and rain. Kai-Er floated down, and the tip of her toes touched the top of the Tower of Eternity. She raised the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand, and a rich purification power poured into the Tower of Eternity. A strange buzzing sound was emitted from the Tower of Eternity. This buzzing sound wasn't intense, so much so that many members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad didn't hear it. However, for the undead creatures, it was as shocking as a giant hammer striking their chests. Layers of white light spread out from the Tower of Eternity. For Kaya, it was equivalent to an amplification of the realm. The Tower of Eternity itself had a strong soul suppression characteristic, and with the release of the purification power, the two complemented each other and immediately increased the area of the white halo. All the necromagic and purification power intertwined. These scattered magic spells couldn't break the defense of the Tower of Eternity for a while, but their soul fire would begin to suffer the pain of purification in the Tower of Eternity. All the undead creatures shrouded in the purification realm, regardless of their level, would instantly enter a state of stiffness. Then, their soul fire would begin to suffer the pain of purification in the purification realm. The low-level undead creatures couldn't resist at all, and they would be purified in an instant. The higher-level undead creatures desperately rushed out, trying to avoid the power of the purification realm. There were too many undead creatures. Except for those who could fly, how could the undead creatures on the ground rush out? As a result, a scene that shocked all the undead lords appeared. Their powerful undead army, from the inside to the outside, fell like wheat being cut down. Their bodies weren't injured, but their souls were all purified. After their souls were purified, the soul power produced was fed back to the Tower of Eternity, and then transmitted to Kai, by the Tower of Eternity. There were too many undead creatures, and the purification power produced by purifying them was too large. Kai could only absorb a small part of it, and the rest was released through the Tower of Eternity, expanding the coverage of the purification realm. The undead creatures finally felt fear. They could fight against any enemy without fear of death. But in the face of a battle where they couldn't resist at all, who could still maintain the desire to fight? Not to mention the ordinary undead creatures. Even the undead lords began to be affected by the purification realm, and they hurriedly distanced themselves from it. The undead army began to collapse, and a large area of chaos began to appear. Seeing the plight of their people in front, the undead at the back began to retreat. In the trampling, countless low-level undead creatures became the stepping stones of the high-level undead, and the purification realm continued to expand at a stable speed. The most frightening aspect of the domain of purification was that it could expand endlessly. There were just too many undead creatures here, resulting in an incomparably large amount of purifying power. Although Kai couldn't completely control this purifying power with the help of the Tower of Eternity, it was still possible for her to simply spread it out. The purification power became stronger and stronger, and it wasn't just the undead creatures that were being purified. Wherever the white light passed, even the black rocks and intense magma on the ground were purified, revealing brown soil, and the land became flat. At this moment, Kai was more like the ruler of this world than the undead Judgment Knight. The purification realm continued to sublimate, and it had covered an area with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters. All the undead creatures within the realm would have a ray of white light emerge from the top of their heads after being enveloped by the realm for a period of time, and then merge into the purification realm. The difference in strength was only the length of time the undead creatures could last in the purification realm. With the support of the domain of purification, the members of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad launched an all-out counterattack. All the undead sovereigns were affected by the domain of purification, and their strength was greatly reduced. They had to protect their soul fires from being touched by the power of the domain of purification, so they could only retreat in defeat and flee to even further places. The experts of the Bright Glimmer of Dawn Demon Hunt Squad pursued them, leaving some marks on the bodies of these undead sovereigns. Boom! The undead Judge Knight used all his strength to send Long Houchin flying again. Looking at the white purification realm around him, he couldn't help but roar at the sky. No. The undead army was completely forced to retreat by the purification realm. Besides, even his realm-sealing skill could no longer seal this terrifying realm. After sublimation, Kai-Ur's realm was too powerful. The undead Judge Knight raised his heavy sword with both hands and slashed in the direction of Kai-Ur. An ice-blue ray of light flew towards Kai-Ur with a roar. However, before the ray of light could reach 100 meters, it was blocked by an emerald figure in midair. It was the eternal Three Swords, revival of all things. It was the same move, but it blocked the undead Judge Knight's attack again. The difference in their cultivation was huge, and Long Houchin couldn't do anything to the undead Judge Knight. But similarly, the undead Judge Knight couldn't get rid of him at all. The eternal armor gave Long Houchin speed, that wasn't inferior to his. Although Long Houchen only used one of the eternal three swords, it repelled the undead Judge Knight's full power again and again. Despair began to appear in the undead Judge Knight's soul. The purification realm even started to burn his spiritual power. Although the realm couldn't do anything to him in the short term, it could at least prevent him from absorbing any dark power to replenish himself, and also cut off his connection with his people. It's over. Everything is over. Even without Austin Griffin, even if it's just these humans in front of them, the undead lords can't fight against them. Is the purification realm really going to expand endlessly? If that's the case, is this plane going to be purified? If that's the case, it's only a matter of time, even for me to be purified. Chapter 271. When the Night of Judgment of Death began to despair in the face of the domain of purification, Long Houchen didn't attack him, but rather flashed back, landing next to Kai. Among the three balls of light revolving around him, the dark green one showed its might again, quietly landing on Kair's back, slowly pouring its pure life force into Kair's body. At the same time, the white ball of light revolving around Long Houchen's body also slowly floated in front of his chest, pouring in a dense white light from the protective gem on his chest. That was a huge amount of chaotic force, and in just a short while, the space around Long Houchen's body began to show signs of fragmentation. Immediately afterwards, with a Kong sound, the purplish-black rune floating behind him broke into pieces, scattering in the air. Long Houchen could not break the seal on the Necromancer Judgment Knight during battle, but in a non-battle state, trying to restrain him with the armor of eternity was too difficult. Not to mention that the Necromancer Judgment Knight had spent most of his energy on resisting the purification domain. How could he stop Long Houchen? The expansion of the purification domain suddenly stopped. The white light no longer spread far and wide. Instead, it slowly rose into the air. Although the power of purification made the undead creatures feel so much pain that they wanted to die, wherever the power of purification reached, the air became unprecedentedly clean, and the filth of this world was largely cleansed. Against the undead creatures, Long Houchen and the others did not have too much of a psychological burden. Moreover, these undead creatures were attacking Long Houchen at all costs. However, Kair's attack stopping was indeed controlled by Long Houchen. He was not thinking for the undead creatures, but for Kair herself. Through the soul chain, Long Houchen felt that Kair's state was unstable, so he immediately rushed to her side. When he touched Kair's body, he was shocked to find that Kair was on the verge of losing control and collapsing. He hurriedly used the light of life from the throne of God of Eternity and Creation to inject a large amount of life force into her body to maintain her condition. At the same time, he quickly activated his own cultivation. After removing the seal, he fused the light of eternity into Kair's purification domain, helping her stabilize the domain and prevent it from expanding further. In fact, Kair could not be blamed for her poor control. It was mainly because it was the first time she encountered such a situation. She did not expect the purification domain to be so destructive to the undead creatures after being magnified by the Tower of Eternity. The purification power produced by purifying so many high-level undead creatures in a short period of time was too terrifying. Kair's body was almost filled up in an instant. As the inheritor of the Grim Reaper, having a large amount of purification power was a good thing for her. It drove her cultivation to improve rapidly, and even her spiritual apertures were continuously opened one after another. However, there was still a limit to her body's endurance. When there was too much purification power from the outside world, and the external purification power exceeded the limits of her control, problems began to appear. Everything happened too fast. When Kair realized that something was wrong, the purification power had already begun to lose control. She did not even have time to ask for help. If it was not for the deterrence of the Tower of Eternity, she would have been seriously injured by the rushing purification power. Fortunately, Long Houchen discovered her situation in time. The level of the eternal light domain, whether it was in this plane or in the holy demon continent, was already the pinnacle of the domain. Kai did not reject Long Houchen at all. The two domains merged. Long Houchen quickly took control of the situation with the help of the throne of God of eternity and creation. The first thing he did was to stop the expansion of the purification domain. He did not let the purification power continue to expand and purify the undead creatures. This was the only way to prevent more purification power from entering. Kai quickly stabilized with the help of Long Houchen. Her beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at Long Houchen. Long Houchen nodded at her slightly reproachfully, indicating that she should continue to maintain her state. Danger was also an opportunity, and such a situation was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. With such a huge amount of purifying energy, Kai-Er's cultivation would increase by a bit, which was much, much faster than if she were cultivate on her own. Long Houchen knew that Kai was in danger, but the undead lords did not. The Necromancer Knight watched as the purification domain stopped expanding under Long Houchen's control. The soul fire in his eye sockets suddenly changed slightly. At this moment, Long Houchen's voice sounded in the vast undead realm. I have no intention of fighting with you, nor do I want to kill you. However, if you continue to attack, don't blame us for being merciless. We will completely erase you from this plane. Long Houchen's voice was not loud, nor did it carry much emotion. However, every undead lord could hear it clearly. At this moment, the purification realm gave them an even more terrifying feeling. The originally pure white was now covered in a layer of light gold that was supreme and majestic. The soul fires of the high-level undead creatures that were originally enveloped by the purification realm were extinguished almost immediately after the appearance of this layer of light gold. The fused domain was far more powerful than before. Even the remaining 9 undead lords flinched at the sight of the eternal light of purification. They did not dare to take another step forward, let alone the ordinary undead creatures. This was no longer a difference in cultivation. It was a pure restraint. The Lich King's sharp voice sounded. What do you mean by not killing us? Do you think Austin Griffin will let us go after he awakens? Long Houchen said coldly. Although I don't know what Haoyue did to you in his previous life, I only know that he has been targeted by you ever since he was born. If it weren't for a coincidence, I'm afraid he would have died in your hands long ago. The Lich King's voice became louder. That's because you don't know what he has done in the past, and you don't know how terrifying he will be after he truly awakens. Long Houchen smiled calmly. I only know that he is my partner and my friend. You should be able to see that you have no chance of winning if you continue to attack us. You will only be killed by us. Even if Haoyue wants to deal with you after he awakens, it's better than dying immediately. You can decide for yourselves which is more important. The undead Judgment Paladin's voice sounded a little strange. His voice was a little hoarse, but it was also a little deep. Austin Griffin is your partner? Aren't you afraid of the backlash after he awakens? You may not be weak, but compared to Austin Griffin after he truly awakens, you are nothing. Long Houchen said coldly, That's my problem. You don't have to worry about it. But I can tell you that the reason why Haoyue returned to this dimension is to evolve. I will bring him along with me in my dimension. If it is really as you say, that this is his last evolution, then perhaps he will never return to this dimension. The undead trial knight said in disbelief. You mean he won't come back in the future? Long Houchen said, I can't guarantee that he won't come back, but I can say that if you leave now and don't target Haoyue in the future, then he won't target you in the future either. Kai had gradually entered a state of enlightenment. In addition to the previous loss of control, she had actually lost the ability to fight other than maintaining her domain. Although Long Houchen still had a trump card, he really didn't want to fight to the death with these undead creatures. He couldn't afford to lose even one member of the Light of Dawn. How is that possible? What right do you have to guarantee for Austin Griffin? The Lich King asked doubtfully. The mask on Long Houchen's face slowly rose, and the 9 gems on the crown on his head shone with a magnificent light. He looked like a monarch who ruled over everything. My guarantee is here. He pointed to his forehead, and 9 purplish gold light patterns slowly appeared under the control of his mind. A faint purple color also appeared in midair, connecting him and Hao Yue. This is... The Necromancer Judgment Knight was shocked, and the other undead lords also fell silent. Even the Bone Dragon King quickly removed his armor and appeared beside the Necromancer Judgment Knight. The same emotions were rising in their soul fires. Blood. Blood contract? How is that possible? Austin Griffin actually formed a blood contract with a human? The Lich King was so shocked that he stuttered a little. The other undead lords were just as shocked as she was. For a moment, the world of black and red became silent. Am I qualified now? Long Houchen asked in a low voice. The Necromancer Judgment Knight didn't answer Long Houchen directly, and quickly gathered with the other undead lords. Their bodies were shrouded in a layer of gray, and it was obvious that they were discussing something. Long Houchen wasn't anxious at all. To him, stalling for time was the best choice. Be it Hao Yue's evolution or Kai Er's enlightenment, they both needed time. The people from the Light of Dawn could also see that the situation had taken a turn for the better. Apart from Yang Wenjiao, Duan Yi, and the 12 Holy Guards, everyone else also gathered around Long Houchen. Sima Xian had recovered 70% to 80% of his cultivation with the help of Han Yu's spiritual stove of light. Chuning, and Wang Yuan weren't in a good state, but they could still continue fighting. Under the illumination of the eternal light, they weren't restricted by this plane at all, and their previous consumption was slowly recovering. After a full 15 minutes, the layer of gray light shrouding the undead lords slowly dissipated. When the Necromancer Judgment Knight faced Long Houchen again, his previous strength had completely disappeared. Respected human lord, you have proved your ability and sincerity with a blood contract. Since you can enter such a contract with Austin Griffin, we have decided to believe your guarantee. We also hope that you will keep your promise and restrain Griffin. The Necromancer Judgment Knight had changed the way he addressed Long Houchen, which meant that he had compromised and acknowledged Long Houchen's strength. Long Houchen nodded expressionlessly and said, I will not repeat what I said before. Although the Necromancer Judgment Knight didn't get a further guarantee from Long Houchen, he didn't ask any more questions. He looked at Long Houchen in the distance with fear in his eyes, and then led the group of undead lords and their undead army to retreat slowly. Looking at the gradually disappearing undead lords, Long Houchen also let out a long sigh. Layers of white halos spread from his limbs, and finally turned into white light that surged towards the huge heart protection jewel on his chest. When all the light converged, the heart protection jewel and the throne of God of eternity and creation quietly disappeared without a trace. Long Houchen's body swayed slightly, and his face was abnormally pale. He only stabilized his body with Han Yu support. His weakness wasn't due to the overconsumption of spiritual power, but from his own soul. The eternal and creation throne of God gave him endless power, but the spiritual power required to control this terrifying power was also extremely terrifying. Even though he had completely fused with the throne, Long Houchen had almost exhausted his spiritual power in the previous battle, so it was normal for his soul to be weak. This was also one of the main reasons why he didn't want to continue fighting. If he did, he was afraid that he would overdraft his spiritual power. After a short rest, Long Houchen stabilized his state and said to his companions, Han Yu, Brother Zhang, please keep an eye on the surroundings. Everyone else, spread out outside the purification domain. We will wait for Hao to finish evolving. Yes, everyone quickly moved, each taking an advantageous position. Kai Er's purification domain was still there, and no undead creatures could enter it without being discovered. Long Houchen stayed by Kai Er's side, closed his eyes, and continued to recover his spiritual power. At this time, he was surprised to find that the unicorn necklace in front of his chest had begun to emit a gentle spiritual wave, and it was actually connected to his spiritual power. The power of the unicorn couldn't directly help him recover his spiritual power, but could relieve his spiritual fatigue. This way, Long Houchen's spiritual power would recover as if he was cultivating normally, and naturally, it would be much faster. As Kai continued to absorb the purification domain. The power of purification became thinner and thinner, but the aura emitted from Kai-Er's body became stronger and stronger. Even the Tower of Eternity beneath her became as white as the power of purification. The undead army had indeed retreated, and there was no sign of them coming back. Long Hao-Chen could guess what the undead trial knight and the other undead lords were thinking. Their thinking was very simple. If they continued to fight, they had no chance of winning, and they also wouldn't be able to stop Austin Griffin's awakening. At most, Long Hao-Chen and the others would suffer some losses. In that case, they would become sworn enemies. Once Austin Griffin successfully awakened, would he let them go? Long Hao-Chen used the blood contract to prove his close relationship with Hao Yue, so the undead trial knight had to take a gamble. He bet that Long Hao-Chen would keep his promise and no longer target them. After weighing the pros and cons, the undead lords actually had no other choice. In this world of black and red, it was impossible to tell time. Kai-Er's cultivation was improving, and Hao Yue's awakening continued. The others maintained their vigilance and waited quietly. In another world, a great battle was also unfolding. Boom! The nine-color divine light retreated, and a dazzling figure fell far away, smashing into the forest that was nearly 1,000 square meters. This dazzling figure was a special kind of creature. It looked very beautiful, and its body was emerald green with a slight blue tinge. Its head was somewhat similar to that of a dragon, and its body was about 15 meters long. Its long tail had circles of dark purple patterns. The most beautiful thing was its pair of wings. The color of the wings closest to the top of its back was the same emerald green as its body. As it extended downwards from its back, it gradually turned pink and then gradually into a ruby color. The wings were especially wide, and as they extended outwards from its back, they also gradually changed color, gradually turning purple. At the edge of the wings, there were slender, sharp horns. The sharp horns at the front of the wings were also the longest. On the entire wing, there were patterns outlined by golden patterns, one of which was in the shape of a moon. Its eyes were also emerald green, but at this moment, they were filled with anger. Its powerful natural aura was weakening, and there was a charred wound on the right lower abdomen. A cold and clear voice echoed in the air. "It's useless. You can't stop me. Although your cultivation isn't weak, there's still a gap between us. Moreover, you're just a spirit dragon." In the distance, a figure quietly floated in the air. A waterfall of black hair floated behind his back in the shape of a black roulette. A luxurious black robe hung down, and there were faint purple patterns shining on it. His skin looked a little pale, and a pair of blue eyes seemed to be able to reflect the starlight in the universe. There was even a faint smile on his handsome face. Wasn't this the Demon Emperor, Feng Xiao? This was the human world, and it was very, very close to the Southern Guard Pass where the Temple of the Priests was located. However, the Federation didn't receive any news about the temple. Forget about the humans, even the higher-ups of the demons, including the Moon Demon and the Star Demon, didn't know that the Demon Emperor, who was supposed to be in closed-door training in the Demon Palace, had actually come here. The spirit dragon slowly got up, spread its wings, and flew back into the air. Its body was obviously a little unstable. It stared coldly at Feng Xiao and said, "Demon Emperor, if you want to enter the Temple of Dreams, you'll have to step over my dead body. Perhaps you can defeat me, but without the Demon God Pillar, there's still a possibility that I'll perish together with you." The Demon Emperor shook his head lightly. "No, you're wrong. If I didn't have absolute confidence, why would I come here? Although I didn't let the Demon God Pillar come with me in order to deceive others and not let those annoying humans find out, I still have the ability to kill you completely." As he spoke, the Demon Emperor slowly pointed his right hand in front of him. Then, a strange black light appeared in front of him. This black light looked very weak, but the moment it appeared, all the light in the surroundings seemed to be completely absorbed, and the original light turned into darkness. The spirit dragon let out a long roar, and a nine-colored light burst forth from its body. A powerful spiritual wave spread out, and its power wasn't much weaker than the Demon Emperor's. However, in the next moment, all the light went out suddenly. From afar, the fairy dragon looked like a colorful lamp that had been extinguished all of a sudden. The light gradually returned. The demon emperor was still standing there, and the spirit dragon was still hovering in the air. At this moment, Feng Xiu's face had become even paler. His body, which was hovering in the air, seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The demon emperor had actually fallen into a state of weakness. On the other side, there was a small black dot on the spirit dragon's chest. This black dot was slowly spreading like a plague. Although it wasn't spreading at a fast speed, the spirit dragon's huge vitality was slowly weakening. Cough, cough. Feng Xiu coughed twice. He couldn't continue to hover in the air, so he landed on the ground. However, there was still a faint smile on his handsome face. Your total spiritual energy is about 97 to 980,000, but my spiritual energy has successfully broken through 1 million. I don't belong to this world, so I won't become a god after breaking through my spiritual energy. However, I have to suffer from the backlash of spiritual energy every day. This is the punishment of a god, so I need a godly seat to completely solve this problem. With a godly seat, I can travel through space and planes. I will no longer be restricted by the laws of this plane, and I will no longer be troubled by the length of my life. You should feel honored. You are the first to die under my Nirvana strike. Of course, it is very likely that you will also be the last. In the entire Holy Demon continent, there probably isn't a second person who is worthy of my attack. The spirit dragon's eyes were a little dull as it looked at Feng Xiu. The black dot on its chest had already spread to 1/3 of the surface area of its body. At the center of the black dot, there were specks of light floating around. That was its body collapsing. Nirvana strike, you've actually reached this step. You were actually able to endure the pain of a god's backlash. Among all the previous demon emperors, you should be the strongest. Your Majesty, goddess of nature, I'm sorry. I've tried my best, but I can no longer protect your dream temple. As it spoke, the speed at which the black dot spread suddenly increased. The spirit dragon also slowly turned into countless specks of light and dissipated in the air. As it disappeared, everything around it seemed to darken, and the aura of nature rapidly weakened. Feng Xiu sat cross-legged on the ground, as if he didn't feel anything that had just happened. His face was pale, but he seemed very calm. Circles of black light began to appear around his body. In just a short while, an invisible pressure had spread out from his body again. All the plants around him began to rapidly wither. This was a sign that their vitality was being stripped away. Puff, puff, puff. 3 balls of white light spurted out and gradually formed in the sky, turning into 3 pure and flawless white lotuses. Kai let out a long breath and slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Rank 9, level 4. With the purification of the undead army and the enlightenment that came after, she actually broke through the barriers one after another and advanced to rank 9, level 4. In terms of spiritual power cultivation, she even surpassed Long Houchen in one fell swoop. Needless to say, this was a great opportunity for her. Moreover, the Tower of Eternity had also turned a lustrous white along with her evolution. It could be said that it had completely integrated with her, completely breaking away from the shadow of the undead calamity, Electrolux. Congratulations, Kair. Long Houchen looked at his lover with a smile on his face. According to Long Houchen's calculations, it had been about 10 days in the Holy Demon Continent since the beginning of the Enlightenment. In these 10 days, not only did Kair's cultivation greatly improve, but after the battle with the undead lords, the other members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters also gained rich combat experience. Combined with their new equipment, they each had their own enlightenment and improvement. Although the previous battle was dangerous, it could be said that it had become a training ground for the overall strength of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Kair smiled sweetly and said, "My spiritual power should be about the same as yours, and my realm may be a little higher than yours." After Long Houchen integrated the throne of God of Eternity and Creation, his cultivation was maintained at the peak of rank 3, level 9, which was the bottleneck of rank 3. With the addition of the Heart of Eternity, his spiritual power was actually more than 400,000. Broke through to rank 4, but the total amount of spiritual power was almost the same as Long Houchen's. Long Houchen smiled and said, "Doesn't that mean that you have to protect me in the future?" Kai took his hand and laughed softly. "No way, no matter what, you should be the one to protect me. Who asked you to be a man? By the way, how is Hao Yue's evolution?" Her cultivation had been greatly improved, which was a pleasant surprise for her. Of course, such a process would be difficult to repeat, but the Tower of Eternity also absorbed a part of the purification power, and its attributes were enhanced, which was also a great benefit to her overall improvement. Long Houchen said, "Hao Yue's evolution should be completed soon. Look." Kai looked in the direction of Long Houchen's finger, and sure enough, Hao Yue, who was crawling there, was no longer calm. His body had grown a lot, and his sturdy body was even larger than that of the demon god emperor's clansman, the heaven-defying demonic dragon. His length had already exceeded 40 meters, and each of his necks had become even thicker. His purple scales were emitting an intense luster, and a faintly discernible, terrifying aura was faintly discernible. The 12 holy guards now didn't dare to stay near him. The outermost 2 huge protrusions continued to tremble, and the top began to ooze a light purple liquid. Obviously, these should also be 2 heads. When they grow out, Hao Yue's evolution will be completed. Long Houchen said, "Hao Yue seems to have been absorbing a special power in this world during the process of evolution. I can't feel what that power is even with the connection between me and it, but I can be sure that it is not the dirty dark elements and fire elements of this world. It should be another kind of power. It seems to be its own power." Kai frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Houchen, whether it is the demon emperor or the undead creatures of this plane, they all want to harm Hao Yue. It seems that when Hao Yue fully matures, it will be a great threat to them. If Hao Yue is really that powerful, will it?" Long Houchen sighed softly and hugged Kai slender waist. "Hao Yue is my good brother. The only choice I have is to trust him. Should I abandon him just because I have doubts about his future power? I can't do that, so I have no other choice. Moreover, I also believe that even if Hao Yue's previous life was that so-called Austin Griffin, he is only my good brother Hao Yue in this life. The blood contract not only gave him the connection between us, but also changed his attributes. Apart from his own noble and powerful bloodline, there's also a part of my bloodline in him." Kai nodded lightly and said, "Yes, no matter what you decide, we will support you unconditionally." Even until now, Long Houchen did not know what Hao Yue's true origin was. He was even a little unwilling to find out. But just like what he said, no matter what Hao Yue's origin was, how powerful he was in the past, or how destructive he was still his brother. Could he harm Hao Yue just because he was afraid of Hao Yue's future power? "It's about to be done," Long Houchen suddenly said. At the same time, the 9 purplish gold patterns on his forehead appeared instantly. The intense purplish gold light even illuminated an area of tens of square meters. Kai was also shocked. A terrifying aura that was exactly the same as Hao Yue's suddenly appeared on Long Houchen's body. Even her purification domain seemed to be trembling in fear. A purple light flashed, and in the next instant, Long Houchen had already arrived above Hao Yue's body. The purplish golden light began to spread from his forehead, and in an instant, it spread from his head to his entire body. His entire body became the same color. The sudden change also woke up the other members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters who were cultivating. After they woke up, they immediately dispersed and observed their surroundings more carefully. Hao Yue's evolution had reached a critical moment, and Long Houchen seemed to be affected by this evolution. This was obviously the most dangerous moment. However, Kai-Er's timely awakening made her the backbone of the Light of Dawn Guild. Her powerful purification power was enough to deter others. Kai-Er pointed the Grim Reaper scythe in her right hand in the air, and the 3 white lotuses that she had condensed earlier flew in 3 different directions at the same time. They formed a triangle and guarded the center where Haoyue was evolving. Wasn't that the flourishing lotus? If a powerful specter really came to attack, no matter which direction they came from, they would have to consider the consequences of the flourishing lotus explosion. The members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters had a tacit understanding of each other. With the melee fighters outside and the magicians inside, Chunning did not hesitate to release her living soul gate again. After the battle with the Lich King, Chunning had learned many lessons. She had made great progress in the aspect of summoning. This time, only one living soul gate was opened. However, an extremely special magical beast walked out of the living soul gate. It was a white horse with a sparkling and translucent body. Apart from its own color and dazzling whiteness, it looked no different from an ordinary horse. However, it quickly showed everyone how powerful it was. His figure flashed, and like a bolt of white lightning, the white horse arrived at the periphery, unexpectedly arriving at a flourishing lotus. Lightly touching the lotus with his head, a strange scene occurred. The white light of the flourishing lotus didn't reject him at all, and on the white horse's body and feet, a white halo gradually appeared. Wherever the halo touched, a gentle white light slowly spread out. It was unexpectedly the same purification power as Kai Er's. This is the Beast of Purification, Aldo, the legendary mount of the Grim Reaper. Chunning giggled and pointed at Kai with her right hand. The Beast of Purification immediately turned around. When it saw Kai it immediately felt close to her. It once again burst forth with terrifying speed and directly came to Kai's side. It used its big head to rub against Kai. Kai couldn't help but be overjoyed when she sensed the strong purification power of the Beast of Purification. With the help of the Beast of Purification, her purification power would greatly increase, and it would naturally be easier to fight against the undead creatures of this plane. They were carefully guarding Haoyue. Haoyue's evolution had also reached the most critical moment. Layers of purple light constantly spurted out from Haoyue's body and converged on its huge body. Long Haochen was at the center of this purple light. This purple light was the will of destruction. Because of the bloodline, it didn't conflict with Long Haochen's original power. The power of destruction was much more overbearing than his original power of the God of Light. When this will of destruction rushed into Long Haochen's body, the bottleneck of the third rank of the 9th level was suddenly broken. The spiritual power in his body increased again. This time, the increase was continuous after the integration of the eternal and creation throne of God and the power that Haoyue brought to him. The scales on Haoyue's body began to gradually split. The scales, which had become enormous due to his body's growth, gradually split into smaller scales. Each scale was about the size of 2 palms. The ridges on the scales became 9 crisscrossing lines, and the purple light they refracted became illusory. Illusory was a constantly changing color. The color that Haoyue's scales emitted was illusory purple. Looking at it from different angles, the color of the purple was also different. It added a lot of mysterious characteristics to it, and it was also much more gorgeous. When the illusory purple became the darkest color, Haoyue seemed to disappear in this world of black and red. The 2 huge protrusions trembled even more violently, and more purple liquid seeped out from the protrusions. One could even see the cracks on the protrusions. Haoyue's own aura skyrocketed like a geyser. In an instant, it broke through the 9th level and continued to rise. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed Long Haochen's level and continued to rise. Finally, from the leftmost protrusion, with a poochie sound, a large head brazenly drilled out. It faced the sky and let out a roar. The illusory purple scales immediately shone brightly, and at the same time, Haoyue's aura once again erupted vigorously. Then, from the right, another large head broke out. The powerful aura suddenly rose again. Chapter 272. Long Haochen's body had already been completely covered by the purple light, and his existence could not be seen. Haoyue's body also took another step forward, his body directly exceeding 50 meters in length, turning into a huge monster. Hao Yue's two new heads were also different in color. The left head was dark gold in color, and there was only one eye on top of it. Compared to the other heads, it was obviously at least a third larger. From the top of the head to the base of the neck, there were giant dark gold horns arranged neatly. The one at the front was the largest, at least 2 meters long. The awe-inspiring metallic luster was daunting, and the single eye was constantly emitting a golden luster. It was actually a golden eye. On the other side was a large head that was purplish-black in color, but it wasn't of the dark attribute. This was because there was a ball of lightning constantly flashing on its horn, showing its own attribute. This large head's horn was very strange. The bottom part was in the shape of lightning, but the top part was in the shape of a ball. It looked a bit like a tomato. After these two heads popped out, the other 6 heads also lifted up one after another. The scene of 8 heads lifting up at the same time was too spectacular. His body was as huge as a mountain, and he had magical purple scales, and the 8 heads were filled with a terrifying aura that represented the 8 attributes. At this time, Hao Yue's aura had surpassed that of the undead Judge Knight, and his cultivation was probably around rank 9. Layers of purple light rose, and a purple cloud gradually condensed above Hao Yue's body. The purple cloud slowly spread out, and the terrifying destructive intent in the air forcibly dispelled all the filth. Soon, the entire sky turned purple, and there was even a purple sun hanging high up in the sky. The Light of Dawn monster hunters looked at Hao Yue at this time, and they had a feeling that they were almost unable to breathe. Hao Yue was too powerful, so powerful that they could no longer judge his true strength. His spiritual power had already surpassed that of the undead Judge Knight. How powerful would such a huge and terrifying body be? However, the only thing that the Light of Dawn monster hunters were worried about was Long Hao-Chen's control over it. Its cultivation had already surpassed Long Hao-Chen's, and it had such a terrifying, destructive intent. Could Long Hao-Chen still control it? The concern that Kai expressed to Long Hao-Chen before was also in the minds of the others. Hao Yue's huge wings slowly spread out, and his incomparably strong body was supported by his 4 limbs. The 8 heads once again roared at the sky, and their eyes, which were flickering with different colors, turned purple at the same time. They spat out a mouthful of purple breath at Long Hao-Chen, who was floating in the air. "What is Hao Yue doing?" Wang Yuanyuan couldn't help but ask nervously. Kai stared at the scene in the distance and said in a deep voice, "We have to believe in Long Hao-Chen's judgment." In fact, how could she not be nervous? If Hao Yue really wanted to harm Long Hao-Chen, it was already too late for them to make a move now. Although they had long expected that Hao Yue's strength would increase to a very powerful level after this evolution, they didn't expect it to be this powerful. However, Hao Yue soon reassured them. As the 8 purple mouthfuls spat out a ball of purplish gold light in the air, it looked like a purplish gold gem hovering above Hao Yue's huge body. A dense purplish gold light flowed around Long Hao-Chen's body, and the 9 purplish gold lines on his forehead shined brighter and brighter. The 9 lines began to bulge slightly and then shrink a bit before stabilizing on his forehead. This time, the 9 purplish gold lines didn't appear temporarily. They were stabilized like tattoos. Long Hao-Chen's aura was also changing. Although it wasn't erupting like Hao Yue's, his cultivation was still increasing. At this moment, all his clothes had disappeared and turned purplish gold. One could see the heart of eternity beating violently on his chest. At the same time, there was a ball of white light shining inside the purplish gold light. This represented the location of Long Hao-Chen's spirit core, which was also his biggest spiritual aperture. At the same time, white light also shone on his forehead, shoulders, hips, knees, elbows, and then from the top of Long Hao-Chen's spine down. Each ball of white light represented an aperture and 10,000 points of spirit force from Long Hao-Chen. At the beginning, there were only 39 balls of white light, but as Hao Yue's power poured in, more white light appeared on Long Hao-Chen's body. 45, 46, 47, 49. In the blink of an eye, Long Houchen's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the 9th step, once again surpassing Kyre. With just one more step, he would enter the 5th level of the 9th step, and entering the 5th level of the 9th step would be a brand new world for any powerhouse of the 9th step, equivalent to a huge leap. The effect of the blood contract was fully revealed at this time. Long Houchen and Hao Yue were complementary. Every time they improved, they would increase the strength of the other. This time, Hao Yue directly evolved from 6 to 8, and the increase in strength for Long Houchen was more than all of his previous evolutions combined. Suddenly, the purplish-gold light on Long Houchen's body shone brightly. Then, all the apertures on his body lit up. The white light even temporarily drove away the purplish-gold light. The 50th aperture suddenly appeared. Rank 5. Long Houchen finally broke through to rank 5. Hao Yue's strength actually helped him break through 2 bottlenecks in a row. His spiritual energy continued to increase, but the speed of increase had obviously begun to slow down. 51, 52, 53, until 57 spiritual apertures appeared, it finally stopped increasing. The purplish-gold light also began to gradually stabilize. At this point, Long Houchen's total spiritual energy had become the #1 in the Temple Federation. Coupled with the additional increase from the Heart of Eternity, his spiritual energy cultivation had surpassed that of Star Holy Knight Yang Haoyu. The light flickered and converged. Long Houchen's aura also gradually stabilized. The purplish gold in Hao Yue's 8 heads gradually dissipated, and each head returned to its original color. In their eyes, there was a clear sense of intimacy. Obviously, the evolution of strength did not change the feelings between it and Long Houchen. The purplish-gold light slowly converged. Only the 9 purplish-gold light patterns did not fade away on his forehead. Long Houchen also slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still clear gold, but the moment he opened them, a faint layer of purple light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Looking at Hao Yue below him, Long Houchen was deeply shocked, not only because of Hao Yue's strength and the beauty of Hao Yue's body, but also because of Hao Yue's increase in spiritual apertures from 39 to 57, making him truly the #1 in the human world. With the help of the throne of God of Eternity and Creation and Hao Yue, Long Houchen was completely confident to challenge the Demon Emperor for the first time. Moreover, his spiritual energy had also improved. Compared to the improvement of his spiritual energy, the explosion of spiritual energy was even more shocking. Long Houchen's innate spiritual energy was much stronger than ordinary people. This time, after Hao Yue's evolution, his spiritual energy actually more than doubled. One could imagine how powerful Hao Yue's evolution this time was. Suddenly, among the 2 new heads of Hao Yue, the dark gold head tilted to the side. Its single eye shone with a golden light. In the next moment, Hao Yue's body, which was more than 50 meters long and the size of a hill, disappeared into thin air. Long Houchen also felt that something was wrong. When Hao Yue reappeared, he was already thousands of meters away. In the sky, an intense purple light burst forth. 2 figures appeared in front of Hao Yue under the illumination of the purple light. Weren't they the Necromancer Judgment Knight and the Lich King? It turned out that they were still a little worried about Long Houchen's promise, so they sneaked back. Originally, they wanted to launch a sneak attack, but when Kyre's 3 flourishing lotuses floated in the air, they gave up on the idea. In their hearts, they prayed that Long Houchen would keep his promise. Seeing that Hao Yue had completed his evolution, the terrifying pressure was the same as it was 6,000 years ago. Their hearts trembled, and they didn't dare to move for fear of being discovered by Hao Yue. However, even with their cultivation, they still couldn't hide from Hao Yue. After Long Houchen completed his evolution, Hao Yue immediately made his move. The new dark gold head suddenly swung its head. The series of horns on its head suddenly expanded and turned into 18 terrifying metal light blades, slashing towards the Necromancer Judgment Knight and the Lich King. At the same time, a golden light shot out from its single eye, blasting towards the two first. The other 7 heads didn't make a move. They just stared at them covetously. As soon as Hao Yue's body appeared in front of the Necromancer Judgment Knight and the Lich King, the dense purple light had already turned into a huge halo, limiting their possibility of escape. The Lich King screamed and clasped her hands in front of her chest. A purple bubble rolled out, trying to block the golden light. However, the bubble was pierced by the golden light without any effect. The golden light flowed and fell on the Lich King. The Lich King instantly turned into a golden statue in midair. Then the 18 huge metal blades in the air slashed down. At this moment, if the Necromancer Judgment Knight insisted on escaping, there would still be a chance. After all, Hao Yue had just completed her evolution, and all of her abilities were not stable yet. Her first target was the Lich King. With the Necromancer Judgment Knight's cultivation base of level 9, even if he was completely suppressed by Hao Yue's attributes, it was still possible for him to break out of the purple light. However, the Necromancer Judgment Knight didn't do that. In a flash, he blocked in front of the Lich King. He raised his purplish-black great sword and transformed it into a sky full of sword rays, blocking Hao Yue's attack. Violent clanging sounds echoed in the air. The Necromancer Judgment Knight was actually forced to retreat by Hao Yue's new dark gold head. Roar! The other 7 heads of Hao Yue roared at the same time. Then, a layer of bright purple halo spread from Hao Yue's huge body. In the distance, although the light of Dawn Monster Hunters didn't participate in the battle, they were also powerhouses and they could feel what Hao Yue had done. Lin Xin couldn't help but say, this is the 8 attribute chaos elemental stripping? Have any of you heard of mixed spells of 8 attributes? Although Sima Xian was also shocked and widened his eyes, he still said sarcastically, "Don't be surprised. Haven't you seen it? It's too strong." Yes, it was really too strong. The 8 attribute chaos elemental stripping was instantaneous. When a circle of bright purple light hit the Necromancer Judgment Knight and the Lich King, the 2 powerful undead powerhouses lost their spiritual power. It was especially so for the Necromancer Judgment Knight. The black color that represented the darkness attribute was completely blasted away, and the purplish-black greatsword in his hand lost its luster. At this moment, all the light blades formed by the horns of Hao Yue's dark gold had quickly fused into a huge saber in the air and slashed at the Necromancer Judgment Knight brazenly. At the same time, a dense purple aura spurted out from the mouths of the other 7 heads, suppressing the Necromancer Judgment Knight so much that he couldn't even escape. At this moment, the Lich King, who had freed himself from the golden shroud, suddenly stood in front of the Necromancer Judgment Knight and opened his arms. It seemed like he was going to block the terrifying saber with his body. The only eye of Hao Yue's dark gold head flickered with a cold luster. Block. What a joke. This saber will kill the 2 undead lords. At this critical juncture, a white light suddenly appeared in the void. Clang. A sharp buzzing sound spread instantly. The members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters in the distance couldn't help but cover their ears. The Necromancer Judgment Knight and the Lich King retreated at the same time. Hao Yue was stunned. He looked at the figure that was sent flying and didn't continue to chase. Wasn't the one who stood in front of the Necromancer Judgment Knight and the Lich King Long Haochen? Roar, roar! Hao Yue's 8 heads growled in confusion. One would only know how terrifying Hao Yue's current strength was when he faced his attack. The slash from the metal saber caused Long Haochen's arms, which were holding the eternal sword, to become numb. Furthermore, a terrifying destructive intent passed through the eternal sword and left a white mark on the eternal armor. Although the white mark disappeared quickly, Long Haochen could still clearly feel the madness brought about by the destructive aura. Hao Yue, that's enough, Long Haochen said in a low voice. I promised them that I would let them go if they didn't disturb your evolution. Now that they can no longer threaten you, let them go. The Necromancer Judgment Knight and the Lich King could be said to have escaped death. They stared blankly at the man in the eternal armor who was floating in the air. They felt extremely complicated. He really kept his promise. He really stopped Austin Griffin from killing them. Yue growled continuously. It was obvious that he wasn't willing to let the two undead lords go. Long Haochin snorted angrily and said, "If you really want to kill me, then you'll have to kill me first." This was the most important promise he had made in his life. Moreover, he also felt a little uneasy about Yue's terrifying destructive aura. Yue's 8 heads blinked at the same time, and the growling disappeared. He flapped his wings and slowly approached Long Haochin. His 8 heads moved closer to him at the same time. "Be careful!" The Lich King couldn't help but shout. Long Haochin didn't move at all. Yue's dark golden head glared at the Lich King and then rubbed against Long Haochin's body with the other 7 heads. It looked no different from a pet trying to please its master. The Necromancer Judgment Knight and the Lich King were completely stunned. In their hearts, Austin Griffin was such a terrifying existence. How could he be so intimate with a human? Moreover, he was expressing his allegiance. In other words, he agreed to the human's words and wouldn't chase after them anymore. Long Haochin's expression softened when he felt Yue's aggrieved closeness. He gently rubbed the 2 new heads and said, "I know you're aggrieved, but it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Moreover, they won't be a threat to you in the future. If I'm not wrong, you must have brought them great pain in your previous life. Otherwise, they wouldn't treat you like this. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it ever end? Just let them go." Yue gently nodded and no longer persisted. Ever since he had followed Long Haochin, this was the first time that Long Haochin had gotten angry at him. Panic had arisen in his heart, so he naturally wouldn't continue to persist in his thoughts. Long Haochin turned to look at the Necromancer Judgment Knight and the Lich King and said calmly, "You can leave now." If you hadn't been watching from the side, the scene just now wouldn't have happened. "Thank you for your forgiveness, great human king." The Lich King and the Necromancer Judgment Knight bowed to Long Haochin at the same time. Long Haochin sighed softly and said, "You've heard what I said just now. If you can let go of the hatred in your heart, then let it go." The 2 powerful necromancers fell silent. After a few seconds, the Necromancer Judgment Knight said in a deep voice, "If you've experienced what happened in the past, you'll understand why we can't let it go. Thank you for your forgiveness. Before we leave, I still have to remind you that although the blood contract has changed Austin Griffin a lot, his origin will not change. When his full power is awakened, he may not be able to control his thoughts." After saying that, the Necromancer Judgment Knight bowed to Long Haochin again and turned into 2 rays of light with the Lich King as they flew into the distance. When his full power is awakened, Long Haochin looked at Yue in front of him and was secretly shocked. Could it be that the powerful Yue was not in his complete state? At this moment, a green light flashed on Long Haochin's chest and a palpitating feeling spread throughout his body. This is Yi Xiaolei's contract? Did something happen to Yi Xiaolei? Long Haochin was shocked and immediately patted Yue's head and said, "Yue, you've just finished evolving. Stabilize your realm first. I'll be back soon." As he spoke, he quickly patted somewhere in the air, and a layer of green light spread out from there and covered his body in the blink of an eye. With a flash of light, Long Haochin disappeared into thin air. He did not even have time to explain to his companions. Before he left, he quickly transmitted 2 words to Kaya Yi Xiaolei. The Necromancer Judgment Knight pulled the Lich King's withered hand and flew forward silently. "Why did you block in front of me just now?" The Necromancer Judgment Knight suddenly asked in a low voice. The Lich King's usually sharp voice became gentle at this time. He said, "We've lived for too long. I have no regrets dying with you. Besides, you could have left. Do you know that? In fact, when I blocked in front of you to face Austin Griffin, I was no longer afraid of him. When you didn't abandon me and faced him together with me, I knew that you still remembered me, right? All this while, you've been taking care of me not because of my outstanding strength, but because you've always remembered me, just like how I remember you. You've always been unwilling to admit it, but this time, there's nowhere to hide. Augustine, don't tell me you still want to continue lying to me?" The Necromancer Judgment Knight's soul fire flickered slightly. He said, "Aina, why do you have to break through this layer of window paper? We're already undead. All that's left is this soul fire that hasn't been extinguished for thousands of years. My body is so ugly, Enough, don't go on. The Lich King Ina said fiercely. Why can't undead have love? Tell me why. That's just your disgusting self-esteem. The former prince has become an undead, and you can't face yourself. Or is it that the love between us is only limited to the flesh, and you don't want to admit it without the flesh? No, of course not. The Necromancer Judgment Knight's voice also became high-pitched. He said, Ina, I didn't protect you back then. I didn't stay by your side at the most critical moment. I watched helplessly as you were killed and turned into an undead. What right do I have to tell you that this ugly me was your former lover? After becoming an undead, I was mentally and physically exhausted. All my hopes seemed to have been extinguished at that moment. It was in order to protect you that I barely survived and worked hard to make myself stronger. How could I not love you? In my heart, no matter what you become, you will always be my most beloved Ina. Listening to the Necromancer Judgment Knight, Augustine's unhesitant confession, the Lich King Ina's soul fire softened. She said, I love you too, my Augustine. It's been more than 6,000 years. After the Cataclysm Day, we both became undead. However, in these 6,000 years, there's only one name in my heart, and that is you, Augustine. Even though we're already undead, even though we may not have a future, my Augustine, even in this world where there's only black and red, I don't want to be separated from you again. As she spoke, the Lich King gently leaned into the Necromancer Judgment Knight's embrace. They didn't feel each other, but at this moment, their soul fires seemed to be fusing with each other, pulsing even more softly. Countless rays of green light shot into the sky, turning into green pillars of light that shot into the sky before slowly dissipating. The earth trembled, the forest wailed, and cracks appeared in the air out of nowhere. In between these green pillars of light, the Demon Emperor stood there quietly, looking at an illusory green figure in the distance. Don't try to struggle anymore. I've already destroyed the Dream Shrine, and the Dream Paradise is about to collapse. The fairy dragon also died in my hands. Even if you take away its spirit heart, it won't help. The fairy dragon's spirit heart is the best healing medicine, comparable to the resurrection spell. Unfortunately, it's useless to you. I know that you're a god left behind by the goddess of nature. You should feel honored that you've fused with my soul. The Demon Emperor Feng Xiu's voice was very gentle. Spatial cracks surrounded his body, but these cracks had no effect on him. The green figure in the distance became clearer and clearer, while the life aura emitted by the green pillars of light became weaker and weaker. Stop dreaming. Even if I have to detonate a god, I won't give it to you. Yi Xiaolei's ice-cold voice was filled with hatred. Her home had been destroyed, and the fairy dragon that had guarded the Dream Shrine for so many years had been killed by the Demon Emperor. The hatred in her heart had reached its peak. The Demon Emperor smiled and said, Do you think you can detonate a god? In front of me, any pointless effort is futile. I already have a demigod body, so even if you detonate a god, I can still reconstruct it and absorb it into my body. In this place, I'm the master. You're just using the spatial cracks that appeared after the Dream Paradise shattered to waste a little more time. I've waited for so many years, so I still have this bit of patience. Yi Xiaolei was silent. She was very clear that what the Demon Emperor said was true. He was really too powerful. After he killed the fairy dragon, he had already taken control of everything. When Yi Xiaolei, who was sleeping in the Dream Shrine, sensed the fairy dragon's death, it was already too late. The Dream Paradise was her home, and her roots were here. She was like a fruit growing on a celestial tree. If the tree died, then she could only be picked or die. Without a doubt, the Demon Emperor was waiting to pick this fruit of hers. Can he save me? Yi Xiaolei's heart was filled with sorrow. She also didn't know. Even if he really came, would he be able to save her from the hands of the Demon Emperor? The Demon Emperor was so powerful. Even if the goddess of nature could reconstruct herself and stand here, she might not be able to defeat the Demon Emperor. After all, the goddess of nature wasn't a god that was good at fighting. The demon emperor placed his hands behind his back and silently sensed the life aura bursting out from the dream paradise. His spiritual power cultivation had already reached the realm of returning to the natural state. Although the life aura was incompatible with the darkness in his body, it couldn't affect him in the slightest. If one looked down from the sky from afar, they would discover that the area within 100 miles of the dream realm was shrouded in a layer of faint purplish black. All auras within this area couldn't leak out. Therefore, even the Southern Guard Pass, which was not far from here, didn't discover any accidents here. Even if they did, so what? Who could stop the current Demon Emperor? Looking up at the horizon, the Demon Emperor suddenly felt a little irritated because his emotions were in a momentary turmoil. Is he really not dead? In his mind, he recalled the news that had filled him with shock. Even though the Star Demon God had repeatedly assured him that Long Houchen's aura had long since disappeared, he did not know why. But after hearing this news, his heart had always been heavy. Of course, he didn't believe that Long Houchen wasn't dead. With his cultivation, he knew very well whether that finger had really exploded Long Houchen's heart. There couldn't be any accidents. Could it be that a necromancer had turned him into an undead? Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor couldn't help but have a fierce glint in his eyes. No matter how much he hoped that Long Houchen would die, he still had a special feeling for Long Houchen. Only he could hurt him. If a necromancer really dared to turn him into an undead, the Demon Emperor would definitely make him experience pain worse than death. Moreover, he would make him suffer for 1,000 years until his soul was refined to death. After all, he was so outstanding. Thinking of Long Houchen, the Demon Emperor felt a deep sense of helplessness. Even Austin Griffin was able to form a blood contract with him. This was no longer as simple as talent. Although the Demon Emperor wasn't clear about the process, he could guess that Long Houchen must have succeeded under some special circumstances. If there was no Austin Griffin, could he have convinced him to finally submit to the demons, or even become his heir? Perhaps not. That little guy was too stubborn. If I had known earlier, I would have brought him back to the demons when I first met him. At that time, there might have been some chance to change his mind. Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart, because he suddenly remembered that after Long Houchen died, he clearly felt that the bloodline flowing in Long Houchen's body that belonged to him gradually faded and died. Until now, there was no reaction at all. As the Emperor of the Demons and the Patriarch of the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan, the Demon Emperor had a strong ability to sense his direct bloodline. For example, a Bao and Lung Shao were always in his perception. Even when they became stronger or weaker, the Demon Emperor could feel it. As for the bloodline aura belonging to Long Houchen, it had long disappeared without a trace. After all, he was already dead. However, the news of his appearance still had to be investigated. Could it be that humans really allowed the existence of necromancers and allowed that necromancer to use Long Houchen's body? No, this shouldn't be possible. The more he thought about it, the more chaotic the Demon Emperor's heart became. However, he was, after all, a powerhouse of his generation, an existence with one foot in the god rank. Soon, he stabilized his emotions and turned his gaze back to the situation in front of him. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Ever since his cultivation broke through 1,000,000 units of spiritual energy, he had been searching for the existence of God's puppet. Only with the help of God's puppet could he completely eliminate the effects of the God Soul's backlash and become a real God who was not restricted by this plane. At that time, nothing could restrain him. For him, this was also a great opportunity. Even if it was a human in this world, if they cultivated to 1,000,000 units of spiritual energy, they could only condense their own God's puppet to become a god. After becoming a god, their consciousness would slowly dissipate and spread between heaven and earth. They could feel everything and control everything, but they would no longer have a body and could not affect the balance of the world. But he was different. Demons came from another plane, which made it possible for him not to abide by the rules of this world. However, he also couldn't produce a god on his own. Thinking of this, the Demon Emperor's heart suddenly became hot. He must succeed today. After he succeeded, he would become an unprecedented god in the history of this plane. At that time, how could humans not submit to him? After unifying this plane, maybe it was time to return to his original plane to take a look. He didn't know how it had changed. The green light became dimmer and dimmer, and the pure and cute Xiaole gradually appeared in the illusory green light. She was only 100 meters away from the Demon Emperor. Spatial cracks began to close and disappear. A huge life aura quietly spread in this vast forest, but it couldn't rush out of the Demon Emperor's seal. What a comfortable life aura. Unfortunately, it doesn't suit me. The Demon Emperor smiled and walked towards Xiaole step by step. Xiaole stood there quietly, staring coldly at the Demon Emperor. Her pair of white and tender hands had unconsciously clenched, and her teeth bit her lower lip. She watched the tall and handsome figure full of demonic charm walk towards her step by step, but she stood there motionlessly. The dream temple was destroyed, and the dream paradise was gone. From this moment on, she had completely lost her home. Recalling the reluctance left in her mind when the spirit dragon died, 2 lines of clear tears couldn't help but slowly slide down Xiaolei's face. It's gone. There's nothing left. The Demon Emperor slowly walked 10 meters in front of her and stopped. He stretched out his right hand towards Xiaolei and said, Come with me. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. As long as you sincerely become my god, I won't even erase your memories. Follow me, and you will witness many miracles and inconceivable things. You will also have a true god appear in the Holy Demon Continent. Xiaolei stared at the Demon Emperor with a burning gaze. In the Demon Emperor's eyes, she could even see sincerity. At the level of the Demon Emperor, he had already let go of all the darkness. To him, many things that were important to ordinary people were no longer important. His pursuit had already reached a completely different level of existence. I've waited for a long time, and I don't want to wait any longer. I hope to obtain a conscious god. This way, at least I won't be lonely for the next thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Don't you think so? In fact, many times, joy and sorrow are only temporary. Time will dilute everything. When you follow me and see more different worlds, everything in the past will inevitably fade away. Come with me. I believe you won't regret it. The Demon Emperor's voice was very gentle, and there was always a faint smile on his face. His eyes were filled with gentleness, just like a father calling his daughter. Xiaolei's eyes gradually became confused. Finally, she lifted her left foot and slowly took a step forward. Then, with an extremely slow speed, she walked towards the Demon Emperor. The smile on the Demon Emperor's face became even wider. An obedient god was much easier to fuse within a rebellious god. The benefits to the stability of his boundary were naturally completely different. Of course, the words he said to Xiaolei came from the bottom of his heart and were completely sincere. It was because of this that the effect of confusion was the best. He originally didn't think of Xiaolei as a threat, and after she fused with his strength, she was even less of a threat. What was the point of keeping her consciousness? Chapter 273. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, Xiaolei walked towards the Demon Emperor step by step. The Demon Emperor seemed to be afraid of scaring her, so he stood motionless in the same place, only stretching out his right hand, quietly waiting. 5 meters, there was only 5 meters left between them. As long as Xiaolei took 2 more steps forward, the Demon Emperor's hand would be able to touch her. At this time, her eyes became even more confused, as if she couldn't see everything in front of her, or perhaps she was immersed in another state. Taking another step forward, the distance between them was once again shortened. Excitement had already begun to leak out from the depths of the demon god Emperor's eyes. Reaching his realm, he already had very few desires, but becoming a true deity was his greatest goal. Not to mention that he would be able to escape the pain of a deity's backlash. Therefore, his eyes revealed his true emotions. However, at this moment, there was a sudden tremor in the demon emperor's mind. Subconsciously, he suddenly took a step forward, stretching out his right hand to grab Xiaolei. It was also at this moment that Yi Xiaolei's confused eyes suddenly cleared up. They were filled with deep resentment. A white figure appeared without warning in front of Yi Xiaolei and lay. His body even carried the unique breath of life of Yi Xiaolei. The demon god emperor's claw naturally landed on the lustrous white body. What he grabbed was a fist. An indescribably resplendent radiance suddenly surged out from the chest of this figure. The demon god emperor only felt as if he was facing a boundless starry sky, with each star blossoming with its own strongest radiance. That radiance was boundless, and the formidable power seemed to illuminate all the darkness he possessed. Because all of this happened too suddenly, coupled with the fact that the demon emperor's mind was slightly relaxed due to his failure, he didn't have time to counterattack. He could only let go of the other party's fist, crossing his arms in front of his body. A strong white light burst forth, forming a huge white ball of light between the incoming person and the demon emperor. On the crossed arms of the demon god emperor, purple, demonic patterns circulated. The pure darkness didn't yield in the slightest, and unexpectedly completely resisted the attack of the eternal light. The white light couldn't find an outlet, and could only rush upwards. It rose straight up, and almost in a flash, it attacked the seal laid down by the demon god emperor. With a loud rumble, it rapidly spread from the bottom of the seal. Even with the powerful strength of the demon emperor under this impact, large cracks rapidly appeared on the seal. The cracks spread rapidly, and it looked like it could collapse at any time. At this moment, the demon emperor could see the white figure clearly. It was a man covered in white armor, with a crown on his head and a mask covering his face. The powerful aura was so oppressive that even the demon emperor couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. The most terrifying thing was the opponent's domain. The demon emperor's power of darkness had been cultivated to the extreme. Not only was it pure, vast, but it also had a supreme pressure. However, in the face of the white luster on the other party's body, not only did his darkness not gain the upper hand, but it seemed to be suppressed. This was clearly the difference in the level of the domain. The demon emperor's eyes were filled with shock. The person in front of him was clearly a human, but when did such a strong human exist? Even the strength of the fallen demon god monster hunter's leader, Chenzidian, couldn't compare to this person. The lustrous, white, heavy sword was held horizontally in his hand. At this moment, the sunlight in the sky suddenly dimmed, and the day seemed to be turning into night. Demon Emperor, we meet again. Perhaps the next time we meet, it will be the time when we decide the victor. A familiar and cold voice rang in the Demon Emperor's ears. He couldn't believe it, and his body trembled violently, even forgetting to attack. It's you? The Demon Emperor stared in shock at the human expert in white armor in front of him. There was even some shock in his eyes, and he subconsciously took half a step back. This person who suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xiaolei and turned the tide was none other than the owner of the throne of God of eternity and creation, the first Federation president of the Temple Federation, the glory and leadership knight of the seal, Long Haochen. Sensing the crisis coming from Yi Xiaolei, Long Haochen immediately rushed over after resolving the issue of Hao Yue's attack on the undead Judgment Knight and the Lich King. Traveling through space required time, not to mention that Long Haochen was in another plane, so he was slightly delayed. Fortunately, with his cultivation base and the protection of the throne of God of eternity and creation, the plane folding shuttle was no longer a threat to him. In fact, Long Haochen had long felt the connection between her and Long Haochen, and at the same time, she also felt the strength that Long Haochen displayed in the feedback. Although she only felt the strength of Long Haochen's soul, she knew that the strength of one's soul had a great connection with one's cultivation base. Therefore, the process of Yi Xiaolei slowly walking towards the Demon Emperor was not because she was convinced, nor was she lost, but because she wanted to confuse the Demon Emperor and buy enough time for Long Haochen to travel through the plains. Long Haochen finally arrived in time. The moment he appeared, Yi Xiaolei felt her body going limp. He repelled the Demon Emperor. He actually repelled the Demon Emperor. Even if the Demon Emperor was unprepared, how many people in this world could do this? It's me. Long Haochen said faintly. At the same time, he raised his left hand, and the sun-moon divine snail shield flashed with a 9-color radiance in front of his chest. In the process of Long Haochen's growth, the one that he feared the most was undoubtedly the Demon Emperor. Even if all the undead lords in the black and red plains of Haoyue were added together, in Long Haochen's heart, they were not as dangerous as the Demon Emperor. Therefore, after he repelled the Demon Emperor, he did not hesitate to activate the power of the Sun and Moon Divine Stone, thus activating the power of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield, a supreme artifact. At this time, the Demon Emperor's heart was in a mess. He never thought that the problem he was still thinking about would be solved just like that in front of him. Long Haochen was still alive. He was actually still alive. From the aura on his body and the magical armor on his body, it could be seen that he was definitely not controlled by the necromancer. Moreover, the power he displayed at this time even made the Demon Emperor feel a strong sense of threat. "How could you not be dead?" the Demon Emperor asked in confusion. To him, Long Haochen's life and death seemed to be more important than Yi Xiaolei, who could bring him divinity. Long Haochen said faintly, "Why must I die? You've already killed me once, but I believe that you won't have a second chance. Let's meet again. I believe that in the near future, we will definitely meet on the battlefield. When that time comes, I will definitely ask your majesty for advice." As he spoke, the 9-colored light on the sun-moon divine snail shield instantly erupted, turning into a straight beam of light that bombarded the Demon Emperor. Although the sun-moon divine snail shield could only play its greatest role during the alternation of the sun and moon, it was also because of this accumulation that when it launched an attack with the power of a supreme artifact, it was comparable to the strongest attack of the throne of God of eternity and creation. The Demon Emperor roared angrily, "Don't leave." He stretched out his right hand, and a layer of strange dragon patterns appeared on his fist. Then, he brazenly bombarded the 9-colored light of the supreme artifact. A huge explosion erupted at this moment, and the seal that the Demon Emperor originally placed was instantly shattered by this terrifying explosion. The terrifying power almost swept away the entire forest in an instant. However, a supreme artifact was a supreme artifact after all. Although the Demon Emperor's cultivation base was strong, he was still at a disadvantage in this instant of explosion. His body was knocked thousands of meters away, and in the core area of the explosion, the bodies of Long Haochen and Yi Xiaolei had completely disappeared without a trace. The Demon Emperor only vaguely saw that when the 9-colored light blasted towards him, a ball of turquoise light flew out of Long Haochen's body and enveloped Yi Xiaolei. Then, Yi Xiaolei's body disappeared. Long Haochen's body flashed with a purple light, and the moment before the full impact of the collision, he also disappeared, shuttling through space. The failure to obtain the godly puppet was not the biggest blow to the Demon Emperor. The biggest blow to him was the appearance of Long Haochen. When all the spiritual fluctuations in the surroundings quieted down, the Demon Emperor suddenly discovered that there was a feeling of fear in the depths of his heart. Long Haochen was not dead. Did that mean that Austin Griffin was not dead either? Could it be that Austin Griffin resurrected him? No, that was definitely not the case. The power he used just now had nothing to do with Austin Griffin. But he had only disappeared for a few years, so how did his cultivation base become so powerful? Could it be that the armor on his body was the eternal and creator throne of God, that no one among the Knights Templars had ever been recognized? In that shield, it turned out to be a supreme artifact. Long Haochen, who possessed 2 transcendental divine artifacts, did indeed have the qualifications to challenge him. The Demon Emperor took a deep breath and calmed his chaotic emotions. He needed to think carefully. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Southern Guard Pass. He could already sense that there were human experts who had noticed the commotion and were rushing over. If he had obtained Yi Xiaolei, perhaps he would have killed all these people on a whim. But now, he was not willing to waste any time. With a wave of his right hand, a purple light suddenly floated in front of him. The Demon Emperor's figure flashed and directly entered the purple light, traveling through space. Compared to the panic of the Demon Emperor, the current Yi Xiaolei was in a completely different mood. She was shocked to discover that she had actually arrived in a world that was not inferior to the illusory paradise in the slightest. The grass was like a carpet, and the trees formed a forest. The seemingly endless greenery was filled with an aura of life that she could see directly with her eyes. Landing lightly on the ground, Yi Xiaolei was pleasantly surprised to feel that all the plants around her seemed to be greeting her. No matter where this place was, she felt so close to it. The aura of nature quickly allowed her to blend in. As a god left behind by the goddess of nature in the human world, she could be said to be a part of the goddess of nature. Although the plane was different, the aura of life was exactly the same. "Welcome to the Eastern world, cute little girl." A deep voice sounded. Immediately after, a green figure walked out from a green light and looked at her with a smile. This green figure was actually about the same height as Yi Xiaolei. Yi Xiaolei could sense his strength and could even sense the dense aura of life from his body. "Eastern world? Is this another plane?" Yi Xiaolei asked in surprise. Could this be a plane completely belonging to nature? King Easton nodded. "To you, you can call it another plane. I like the aura on you. It's very similar to my master's. Although much weaker, look, everything here likes you. I am the King of Easton, the King of Easton. You can stay." King Easton is right. You can stay. With a flash, Long Haochen, who had removed his armor of eternity, appeared beside Yi Xiaolei. He looked at her gently. Yi Xiaolei looked at King Easton, then at Long Haochen. "Where exactly is this?" Long Haochen said, "This is the eternal plane that exists within the throne of God of eternity and creation. You can also call it the Eastern world. There's only the aura of nature and life here. I believe you'll like it, right?" Yi Xiaolei looked up at Long Haochen and said softly, "Thank you for saving me." Long Haochen smiled. "You don't have to thank me. I should be the one thanking you. Without your help, I would have died at least twice. Whether it was when Kair was surrounded when she awakened, or when Long Haochen was killed by the Demon Emperor, Yi Xiaolei's help kept him alive, especially the second time. If not for Yi Xiaolei's guidance, Kair might not have thought of asking Electrolux to resurrect him in the Tower of Eternity. Back then, when Long Haochen and Yi Xiaolei met in Dream Paradise, Yi Xiaolei rejected his necromancer aura. However, he was the son of light after all, so Yi Xiaolei decided to form a contract with Long Haochen. And the name of this contract was called Mutual Aid. The contract allowed them to sense each other's aura. Once one was in danger, the other would be able to help. Yi Xiaolei had helped Long Haochen twice to treat and stabilize his injuries. That was because she wasn't good at fighting, and Long Haochen had finally returned the favor at Yi Xiaolei's most critical moment and brought her to safety. Yi Xiaolei's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Looking at the Eastern world around her, she suddenly said something that shocked Long Haochen. "No matter how nice this place is, it's not my home. I don't belong in this plane. Long Haochen, I want to be your spiritual stove." Chapter 274. No matter how good this place is, it's not my home. I don't belong to this plane. Long Haochen, I want to be your spiritual stove. Yi Xiaolei's words truly gave Long Haochen a fright. When facing the Demon Emperor, Long Haochen activated the power of the Sun-Moon Divine Snail Shield without hesitation. However, when he saved Yi Xiaolei, he could clearly sense that something was wrong with Yi Xiaolei's emotions. As his cultivation increased, his senses became more and more powerful as well, especially when it came to sensing things down to the finest detail. There was also a contract between him and Yi Xiaolei, so Long Haochen could clearly sense the despair in her heart. After a brief moment of thought, Long Haochen decided to send Yi Xiaolei to Easton. He understood that Yi Xiaolei was so sad because her home had been destroyed, and Easton was clearly the most suitable place for her to live. "Xiaolei." Yi Xiaolei wiped away the tears in her eyes and stared at Long Haochen stubbornly. "I'm serious. I don't want to stay here." Easton couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with this place?" "It's a perfect match for your aura. Easton welcomes an existence like you." Yi Xiaolei's aura of nature was even purer than his. Although it wasn't powerful, the pure life force that was like the tree of eternity left Easton with a very good impression of her. Yi Xiaolei shook her head. Thank you, but I can't agree, because it's impossible for me to survive here. I belong to the Holy Demon Continent. From a certain perspective, I've always been a part of the Holy Demon Continent. If I leave there, my life will gradually wither away. In less than a month, I'll turn into air, dust, and disappear. Long Haochen was shocked. Why? You? Yi Xiaolei smiled sadly. You've never known what kind of existence I am, right? I can tell you now. Actually, I'm similar to your elemental sprite. I'm not a real existence, but a divine sprite. I'm an energy body. Divine sprite? Long Haochen was confused by these words, but Easton's expression changed drastically. He stopped trying to persuade her. A divine sprite, in a sense, can be considered a clone of a god. And I'm a clone left behind by the goddess of nature on the Holy Demon Continent. My existence can only be sustained by absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Be it the dream temple or the dream paradise, they were all created by the goddess of nature for me before she became a god. Or rather, for herself. Any existence, be it human or any other creature, will enter the level of a god when their cultivation reaches a spiritual energy value of 1,000,000. Or rather, they will begin to undergo the test of a god. This is irreversible. Once they pass the test, they will become a true god. If they fail, they will forever dissipate into the air and be reborn as a newborn. After becoming a god, their main body will also dissipate, and their consciousness will expand infinitely until they can sense everything happening in every corner of the world. At the same time, they will integrate themselves into the plane, making it more stable and prosperous. For example, after my main body, the goddess of nature, became a god, she made it easier for all plants to reproduce in the entire plane for a long time in the future. All the powerful beings who are close to nature will have their cultivation speed increased. However, as a god, they can no longer control anything. They gradually communicate with the heavens and earth, and only a wisp of their divine sense roams the world. That's why many powerful beings would rather never become a god, and would rather fall into the cycle of reincarnation than live that illusory life. However, most of the time, some things are irreversible and cannot be decided by oneself. I can remind you now, no matter what, do not easily break through the bottleneck of the 9th rank. Once you break through this bottleneck, your total spiritual energy value will exceed 900,000, and your spiritual energy will continue to grow. One day, you will reach the bottleneck of 1,000,000 spiritual energy value, and there will inevitably be a moment of breakthrough. Long Haochen listened quietly. If he was still a weakling, these words of Yi Xiaolei would not have any effect on him. However, it was different now. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th rank, and it seemed that he was not that far from the 9th rank. Yi Xiaolei continued. In the beginning, the goddess of nature knew that her time was coming, and it was inevitable that she would walk on the path to godhood. Therefore, she used her powerful strength to create the dream shrine and the dream paradise, and used her purest spiritual energy to shape them. She also separated a strand of her soul and divine thought into the pure power of nature, leaving a seed in the dream paradise, and in this seed, her position as a god. You must be very curious why she did this, right? You must be very curious as to why she did that, right? In fact, her purpose was very simple. After she became a god, a strand of her divine will would still roam the world. Although she couldn't do anything, it was still a divine will, and it had the omnipresent perception of a god. Therefore, when the seed she left in the illusory paradise sprouted and grew, gradually releasing the divine aura she left behind, her divine will would sense it, and there would be a possibility of returning. At that time, she could once again become the goddess of nature in the human world, and there would be a possibility of being reborn. Based on her previous life's experience, after being reborn, she would never make the same mistake and would never walk the path of becoming a god again. And I am that seed. Yi Xiaolei's narration was very calm, but Long Haochen did not know why he felt a pain in his heart. Looking at the appearance of a 7- or 8-year-old girl with a pair of slightly weathered eyes, he could not help but feel a pain in his heart. Actually, the goddess of nature failed. Perhaps it was because she separated a wisp of her soul from me. In the end, although she passed God's test, she could not retain a clear mind. Therefore, after she left, she never returned. As a seed, I, who had taken root and sprouted, gradually developed my own consciousness. Living in the illusory paradise, I wasn't lonely. I had many companions, and I didn't resent the goddess of nature for leaving me there as her avatar. After all, I was originally a part of her. I had always lived a peaceful life, until you humans began to appear in the illusory paradise and began to obtain the spiritual stoves that the illusory paradise had accumulated for thousands of years. Only then did my life gradually become rich and colorful. Only then did I realize that my appearance was the same as you humans, but I was only a seed. No matter how much time passed, I couldn't grow up. As time passed, I gradually developed my own thoughts. I finally felt that the illusory paradise was like a cage trapping me, but I couldn't leave because I couldn't do without the power there. If I lost that power, I would be like a flower that had lost its nutrients and would wither before long. As a result, I began to search for a suitable carrier among the humans who entered the illusory paradise. After so many years, I only found you. But it was also at that time that I felt a sense of crisis because the demon god emperor unexpectedly didn't follow the rules of the illusory paradise and forcefully broke through the plane to enter. As a result, I signed a contract with you. At this point, the sadness in Yi Xiaolei's eyes became even more intense. She said, I really did not know that I loved my home so much. If I could be given a chance to choose again, I would rather stay there forever than leave. My home was destroyed, the illusory paradise was gone, and all my friends died in the shattered space. That tree, that blade of grass, every companion that accompanied me, disappeared forever. I have never hated someone so much, but right now, I really hate them so much. Long Haochen's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, the hatred between humans and demons must end. I cannot promise you that I will avenge you, but I can at least tell you that in the battle between humans and demons, I will go all out. Unless I die, the battle with the demon emperor will not end. Yi Xiaolei nodded lightly and said, I understand, and I believe you. In just a few short years, you have become so powerful. Even the goddess of nature did not grow as fast as you. Moreover, the undead aura on your body has completely disappeared. It seems that you have completely broken free from the control of the Tower of Eternity. When I said that I want to become your spiritual stove, it was not an impulsive decision, but after careful consideration. I'm now a little flower that has lost the earth. I need a new home. Here, I will still wither. Only by relying on the power of the soul can I survive. The power of the soul that can be chosen by me is too few. Only that kind of extreme purity is possible. Therefore, if I cannot become your spiritual stove, I can only walk the path of destruction. I have no other choice. Long Haochen hesitated and said, but if you become my spiritual stove, won't you disappear forever? Yi Xiaolei wiped away her tears and suddenly giggled and said, how can I disappear so easily? I'm not stupid. Would I commit suicide? Haven't you heard of the spiritual stove of wisdom? Even your light elemental sprite can maintain a certain level of consciousness. So why can't I, a divine sprite? Even if I become your spiritual stove, I will retain all my original memories and, at the same time, increase your power of nature. Don't worry, as a clone of the goddess of nature, I can choose the direction of strengthening you after we merge. I won't strengthen your internal spiritual power anymore, because that will constantly push you towards the path of becoming a god and make you repeat the same mistakes. I can choose to strengthen your external spiritual power. Long Haochen was about to say something when King Easton suddenly said, little girl, I think it's better for you to strengthen Master's internal spiritual power, because what you are worried about will never happen to Master. Yi Xiaolei looked at King Easton in confusion. King Easton said proudly, Master inherited the throne of God of eternity and creation, so he is our temporary Lord of eternity. The throne of God of eternity and creation is a supreme divine artifact used by the God of creation to balance the plane. All existences that have become the Lord of eternity will obtain the mark of the God of creation. No matter what the laws of the plane are, there is no need to follow them in the end. Instead, the moment they become a god, they will obtain a special divinity through the mark of the God of creation. As the existence that the God of creation oversees the world, his life will be extremely long, but it is not without end. Yi Xiaolei looked at King Easton in a daze and said, "That means he can be like that demon emperor and not be controlled by the laws of the plane?" King Easton said, "Of course. Master is an existence chosen by the God of creation. He is not as simple as you think. Being able to rely on Master will be the wisest choice for you." Yi Xiaolei nodded. She looked at Long Haochen with a slightly complicated gaze and said, "In that case, let's begin." She suddenly felt that her status as the spiritual stove of wisdom was not that important to Long Haochen. "Wait, little Lei." Long Haochen raised his hand to stop Yi Xiaolei. "Don't you want me?" Yi Xiaolei was not in a good mood to begin with, so she immediately misinterpreted Long Haochen's meaning. Long Haochen smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. However, before you become my spiritual stove of wisdom, I have to tell you something. Not long ago, I found a suitable body for Yi Ting. She is no longer my spiritual stove of light, but a fairy king of light. I believe that in the near future, I will definitely find a suitable body for you. When that time comes, choose to be a human. Perhaps you will feel a lot of happiness." Yi Xiaolei was stunned. She looked at Long Haochen in a daze and did not say anything for a long time. Long Haochen patted her head gently and squatted down to look at her face to face. "We are friends, not just a transaction with a contract. I hope that you can live a happy and blissful life in the future. Although I don't know how to make you happy, I will try my best to treat you like a human." Yi Xiaolei snorted softly and suddenly opened her arms. She wrapped them around Long Haochen's neck and burst into tears. Gently stroking her long hair, Long Haochen used his pure light element to comfort her sorrowful heart. It was also at this moment that he suddenly realized to his surprise that his hand had landed on empty air. Yi Xiaolei's body suddenly turned into jade green light. Specks of green light floated up and spiraled up along with his palm, quickly enveloping him. Large amounts of jade green light gradually gathered into a vortex, gently circling around Long Haochen. It was a gentle aura filled with vitality. In the world of Easton, all the plants within a few hundred miles radiated a crystalline green. King Easton's eyes were filled with intoxication. Such pure natural power. It's so comfortable. The gentle jade green light started fusing into Long Haochen's body from his chest. The place it fused into happened to be his heart of eternity. Of course, Yi Xiaolei could sense Hao Yue's aura from his body. The closest connection between Long Haochen and Hao Yue was first at his head, then his heart. Yi Xiaolei's method of fusion was completely different from Hao Yue's bloodline power. The power that Hao Yue had immersed in Long Haochen's spiritual core existed independently, while the power of nature that Yi Xiaolei had fused with Long Haochen's heart of eternity directly. There was no independent power left outside. The moment she started the fusion, Long Haochen felt it. He knew that if Yi Xiaolei fused with him in this way, it would undoubtedly strengthen him even more. However, his suggestion was completely rejected by her. Unless he died, Yi Xiaolei would never be able to leave his body. Naturally, she would not be able to attach herself to someone else's body and become a human like Yi Ting. I don't want to become a human. There are many schemes and deceptions between you humans. Becoming a human might bring me even more trouble, and that's not what I want. In that moment, I already know what happiness is to me. My happiness is to be by your side, to be able to feel your care, love, and protection. To me, that's already enough. The demon god emperor told me before that if I could become his god, he would take me to see many interesting worlds. I believe you can do the same. I won't regret following you. From today onwards, I'll be your spiritual furnace of wisdom, as well as your sister. You have to take good care of me. He, Yi Xiaolei's voice rang out in Long Haochen's head. Long Haochen, I don't want to call you master, so I'll call you brother. I don't want to become a human. There are many schemes and deceptions among you humans. Becoming a human might bring me even more trouble, which isn't what I want. A dark green light began to blossom from Long Haochen's chest and slowly flowed through his entire body. Long Haochen's spiritual power, which had already broken through to the 5th level of the 9th level, rose once again. The speed was not fast, but it was very stable. Moreover, Long Haochen's body also felt waves of heat appear continuously. His body was being nurtured by this rich life force. Yi Xiaolei did not listen to King Easton's suggestion. Instead, after merging herself with Long Haochen, she increased both his internal and external spiritual power at the same time. From now on, she was a part of Long Haochen's body. Of course, she hoped that Long Haochen would have an even stronger body. With the integration of her life force, not only did it greatly increase the external spiritual power in Long Haochen's body, it also increased Long Haochen's lifespan. This was something that even Long Haochen did not know about. Yi Xiaolei was not powerful, but she possessed the soul and power of a god. That pure and unadulterated life force could at least extend Long Haochen's lifespan by 1,000 years. The life force flowed and spread through Long Haochen's body. He completely opened up his entire body, feeling the carefree feeling brought by the integration of life force. At this moment, he suddenly had a hint of understanding. It was an understanding of the throne of God, of eternity and creation. The 3 powerhouses of the realm of eternity had told him that the throne of God of eternity and creation had a long history. It was named by the God of creation himself. What was eternity? What was creation? What was creation for? The relief sculpture on the throne of God of eternity and creation seemed to have given the answer long ago. Creation was the earth, nature, life, the sun, the moon, and the stars. But what was the purpose of all this creation? It was for the continuation of life. The creation of life was the theme of eternity. All other creations were the foundation for the creation of life. Perhaps everyone had a different understanding of eternity and creation. At this moment, Long Haochen had his own understanding. The heartbeat of the heart of eternity began to slow down. A gentle life force rushed and flowed through his body. If anyone could see the situation in Long Haochen's body right now, they would definitely be shocked. This was because a heart was growing in Long Haochen's chest. The heart of eternity was not a real heart. It was a spiritual heart formed by the holy warlock of necromancy, Electrolux. He had fused his former constitution as the son of light with the power of light he had cultivated all his life. Then, he used his understanding of necromancy magic and the human body to form a spiritual heart. This heart of eternity had all the abilities of a human heart. Even the meridians and blood vessels in it were exactly the same. Moreover, its energy could last for at least 1,000 years. As long as Long Haochen's cultivation remained, the heart of eternity would not stop beating. It would also make Long Haochen stronger and give him more power. After all, Electrolux was not the god of creation. It was impossible for him to create a heart that was exactly the same as Long Haochen's original heart out of thin air. At this moment, a miraculous scene was happening. Under the influence of the rich life force, the blood in Long Haochen's chest was following the blood simulated by the heart of eternity. It was actually growing a heart. Long Haochen knew nothing about this. He did not know that he was going through a process of transformation. In fact, after Electrolux resurrected him, he did not tell him that, in a sense, Long Haochen could also be considered a mutated undead creature. Could a human without a heart still be called a human? However, Long Haochen was not aware of this, and Electrolux did not explain it either. Coupled with his pure light element, no one would suspect this. It had to be said that the heart of eternity created by Electrolux was magical. It could be said that it was the pinnacle of the necromancer's work in history. However, no matter how great a work was, it still belonged to the undead. Even when Electrolux was purifying himself, he was more or less proud. The only son of light who had grown up had the crystallization of his life's work in his body. However, it was different now. The integration of Yi Xiaolei had caused Long Haochen's life force to increase tremendously. In this way, the problem of him not having a real heart was exposed. The life force that Yi Xiaolei had integrated into his body naturally treated this as an injury and immediately began to repair itself. Without the heart of eternity, this repair would not have been successful. This was because during the repair process, Long Haochen would have already died. What was the use of a heart that could not beat again, no matter how perfect the repair was? However, the current situation was very special. The heart of eternity was beating, and a new heart was gradually being born in Long Haochen's understanding of life and creation. A faint light flickered, and a gentle smile appeared on Long Haochen's face. He only felt that his body was very warm, and the heart of eternity seemed to be beating more vigorously. However, he did not know that the heart of eternity was gradually merging with this new heart, and every blood vessel was absorbing the power of the heart of eternity. The creation of life was the most wondrous. Although Yi Xiaolei could sense this danger, Pai, who was merging with Long Haochen, could not communicate with Long Haochen. He could only do his best to protect this creation. King Easton stood guard beside him quietly. He was now Long Haochen's guardian. At the same time, he could also sense the wondrous aura coming from Long Haochen's body. The rich life force made him feel a stronger sense of closeness. Gradually, the green light grew weaker and concentrated on Long Haochen's chest. Long Haochen felt as if he had been reborn. Everything about him seemed to have become more transparent and full of life. The green light on his chest pulsated slightly. That was his heartbeat, and a brand new heart quietly formed in his chest, fusing perfectly with the heart of eternity. This was definitely the most powerful heart in the history of mankind. Exhausted, Yi Xiaolei fell into a deep sleep in Long Haochen's chest. As the spiritual stove of wisdom, almost all of her fusion power was given to this heart. Gradually waking up from his enlightenment, Long Haochen subconsciously raised his right hand and pressed it on his chest. His chest was warm and indescribably comfortable. The heart of eternity's heartbeat seemed weaker than before, but it did not affect his body at all. At the same time, he could feel Yi Xiaolei's consciousness resting on his chest, but for some reason, she had fallen into a deep sleep. Perhaps this was the side effect of fusing with the spiritual stove of wisdom. However, what surprised Long Haochen was that although he could clearly feel that his fusion with Yi Xiaolei was complete, the internal and external spiritual power that he had sensed before did not seem to show any signs of improvement. Everything was exactly the same as before. However, he soon felt relieved. During this period of time, his cultivation base could be said to have skyrocketed like a geyser, and it was not good to increase too much in one go. Fortunately, with the enlightenment just now, he had improved his cultivation base. At the very least, he would not fall behind by too much due to his rapid increase in cultivation base. After bidding farewell to King Easton, Long Haochen chose to return. As the Lord of Eternity, he could enter and leave the everlasting realm at will. The world of black and red reappeared in front of him. Perhaps it was because Kai Er's purification power was too powerful, but the air here was obviously much cleaner now. It was just that he did not know how long this would last. Everyone, including Long Haochen, was waiting on the small hill where he had evolved. When Long Haochen returned, everyone immediately opened their eyes. In a flash, Long Haochen had already landed in front of his companions. He looked at Hao Yue first. Hao Yue's aura had completely stabilized at this moment. The terrifying intent of destruction from before was restrained, at least from the outside. Otherwise, the light of dawn monster hunters would not have been able to stay by his side for so long. The 8 heads slowly moved closer and overlapped in front of Long Haochen. It looked rather funny. However, none of the light of dawn monster hunters who had witnessed Hao Yue's terrifying power before could laugh. They still clearly remembered that the powerful Spectre Judgment Knight and the Lich King could not resist it at all. They were instantly suppressed. If it were not for Long Houchen, the two lords would probably have been killed by Hao Yue's attack. Long Houchen raised his hand and touched the two new heads. He looked at the dark gold head and said, "Your ability should be metal, right? I'll call you Little Gold from now on. As for you," he turned his gaze to the bluish-purple head with a ball of lightning above its head and said, "I'll call you Little Ray." Roar, roar. After being named by Long Houchen, Little Gold and Little Ray were very excited. They moved closer to Long Houchen and rubbed themselves against him, showing an indescribable intimacy. Feeling Hao Yue's deep affection for him, the worry in Long Houchen's heart disappeared. Kair said, "Houchen, what happened to Yi Xiaolei?" Long Houchen frowned and said, "I'm afraid we'll have to face the Demon Emperor in advance." He immediately told them about the scene he saw in Dream Paradise. Before Long Houchen teleported there, he didn't know that Yi Xiaolei's life and death crisis came from the Demon Emperor. Currently, humans were far from being fully prepared, and the Demon Emperor saw him with his own eyes. Judging from the Demon Emperor's determination to kill him, he would definitely make a move. Sima Xian said bitterly, "We'll deal with it when it comes. If the demons dare to launch a holy war again, it's not certain who will win." The current light of Dawn Monster Hunters were no longer the commander-level Monster Hunt 64 from 5 years ago in the Holy War. Now, they had the strength to fight the demons head-on. Everyone was holding back their strength. Long Houchen nodded slightly and said, "That's the only way. Let's go back and make early preparations." As soon as he said this, the first one to react was Hao Yue. A layer of purple mist rose from Hao Yue's body. Before Long Houchen could be surprised, its body shrank at an alarming speed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Hao Yue?" Long Houchen called out to it in surprise. At this moment, a palm-sized figure suddenly jumped in front of him, flapping a pair of small wings and swaying back and forth. Long Houchen suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This palm-sized little thing was actually Hao Yue. However, it was a miniature version of Hao Yue. Long Houchen stretched out his right hand and let Hao Yue land on his palm. Hao Yue's 8 heads kept shaking and conveyed excitement to Long Houchen. Obviously, it was very proud of its ability to shrink, just like a child who got its favorite toy. Long Houchen gently stroked it and smiled. "This is good too. At least it'll be more convenient for you to follow me. After completing this evolution, you probably won't have to return here often." The silver light of the Instant Flash domain appeared under the feet of the light of Dawn Monster Hunters again. A purplish-golden light flashed and broke through the void. It wasn't until 2 hours after they disappeared that several figures slowly appeared in the distance and looked in their direction. Their throbbing soul fires were filled with many complex emotions. The return of the light of Dawn Monster Hunters immediately made Long Xingwu overjoyed. Of course, he wasn't that worried this time. Already recognized by the throne of God of Eternity and Creation, Long Houchen wouldn't be in danger so easily. Just as he was about to put on the agenda the wedding of Long Houchen and Kair, as well as the other couples from the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters, Long Houchen told him about the possible reaction of the Demon Emperor, so he had no choice but to postpone the wedding. Long Houchen immediately wrote a letter and asked the Knights Templars to pass it to the Federation headquarters. At the same time, he quickly gathered the higher-ups of the Knights Templars to discuss countermeasures. Although the demons wouldn't launch another holy war for the time being, they had to prepare for it. Long Houchen had even guessed the targets that the Demon Emperor would target if he were to launch a holy war. Demons, Demonic City, Demon Palace. Main Hall. The Demon Emperor sat on the high seat, his back leaning against the tall throne. At the top of the high back of the throne was a huge dragon head, and the 2 red gems in its eyes were emitting a faint light. A Bao, who was also dressed in a luxurious black robe, stood quietly beside the Demon Emperor. His gaze was cold and solemn, and his eyes were empty, as if there were no thoughts in his body. The entire main hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was as quiet as if there wasn't even a speck of dust. But in fact, there were 5 demons standing below. The demons standing at the front had long purple hair, a handsome face, purple eyes, and a special temperament, which gave people a strange sense of beauty. It was the moon demon, Agars. Next to Agars stood the star demon, Vashik. Vashik, who had always been very calm and wise, did not know why. But today, he was obviously a little uneasy, as if he had a premonition of something. Behind them were three demon gods. They were the demon's five-pillared demon gods, the undead demon god Samakina, the hell demon god Marbus, and the demon's 72 demon god pillars, the Bearvale Far. The five demon gods were invited by the demon emperor, but they had no idea what was going on. As soon as they entered the demon palace, they felt an unprecedented pressure. That terrifying pressure made it difficult for powerhouses like them to breathe, as if their chests had been hit by a huge hammer. The demon god emperor, sitting upright on his throne, looked very calm. But it had already been an hour since they entered the main hall, yet the demon god emperor remained the same as when they first arrived. Only the oppressive feeling in the air was becoming more and more intense. These five demon gods had followed the demon emperor for at least 300 years. They all knew that the calmer and more silent the demon emperor looked, the more his mood swings were. The five demon gods did not even dare to look at each other, trying to figure out what the others were thinking. They stood there straight, slightly lowered their heads, and waited quietly. The demon emperor usually looked easygoing, but when he was really angry, the terror was something no demons could bear. The undead demon god Samakina still clearly remembered that about 360 years ago, the demon emperor's anger changed the structure of the demons. The original undead demon god was directly killed by the demon emperor, giving him the opportunity to inherit the position of the demon god. Chapter 275. The demon emperor's calmness was finally broken. He slowly raised his right hand and placed it on the armrest of the divine emperor's throne. It was just a simple action, but it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The five demon gods present subconsciously looked at the demon emperor, but what they saw was a pair of incomparably deep, sea-like eyes. The five of them could not help but shiver at the same time, and the fear and trembling in their hearts became even more intense. A bow stood next to the demon emperor, but it was a completely different feeling. In the past few years, his cultivation could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Almost every year there was a leap in growth, and even he himself felt that he was getting closer and closer to his father's realm. But just now, in the hour when the demon emperor was silent, Bao knew that he was wrong, because he suddenly clearly felt that the gap between him and his father was still like heaven and earth, like the difference between a firefly and the moonlight. The demon emperor slowly stood up from the divine emperor's throne. It seemed that he was no different from an ordinary person. He actually used both hands to support himself on the armrest of the throne as he slowly stood up. But as he stood up, the five demon gods below almost knelt on the ground at the same time and said respectfully, "Your Majesty." At this time, in this state, the demon emperor would never address them as brothers. Instead, he was an iron-blooded, ruthless, and invincible demon's emperor. Vashik, stand up. The demon emperor's calm voice sounded. With his hand behind his back, his eyes gradually brightened as he looked at the star demon Vashik. Vashik's body trembled subconsciously, and then he slowly stood up, but his head was still lowered, and he said respectfully, "Your Majesty." The demon emperor smiled. His smile looked very peaceful, even with a hint of gentleness. He slowly walked down from the high platform where the divine emperor's throne was located. Almost every time he took a step, the star demon god Vasak's body would tremble slightly. That oppressive force was suppressing his mind to an extreme extent. The demon emperor didn't stop until he was in front of the star demon Vashik. The demon's prophet in front of him was trembling unconsciously. "Have you already sensed something?" Demon Emperor asked with a chuckle. Vasak didn't make a sound. He didn't dare to make a sound because he felt a trace of death chi the moment he entered the palace. And this trace of death chi was acting on him. How could he not be afraid? The Demon Emperor said indifferently, "I just don't know if your prediction is accurate or not. Take a guess. Will you leave here alive or die here today?" "Your Majesty." Moon Demon Agars, who was still kneeling on the side, was shocked. He subconsciously raised his head and shouted. He had the deepest relationship with the star demon Vashik, but he did not expect that the demon emperor's anger today was directed at Vashik. However, he could not figure out what the star demon had done to make the demon emperor erupt in anger that had not appeared for hundreds of years. "Shut up," the demon emperor shouted coldly. He raised his right foot and kicked the moon demon Agar's shoulder at lightning speed. Agar's body flew out like a cannonball and crashed into the wall of the palace far away, making a violent roar. Large pieces of rubble fell along with the moon demon's body. The demon emperor's kick scared the dead spirit demon god, held demon god, and bear demons to the ground. They did not even have the courage to raise their heads. They all knew that the demon emperor's most trusted and closest friends were the moon demon and the star demon. Moreover, he had always been brothers with these two demon gods who ranked second and third. They did not know what happened today, but the demon emperor was furious because of the star demon and instantly fell out with the moon demon. It should be known that the moon demons and star demons had a pivotal position among the demons. They were second only to the demon emperor's heaven-defying demon dragons. But even though the moon demon was kicked away, he did not have the slightest intention of resisting. After falling to the ground, he knelt there again and did not dare to say a word. "Raise your head and look at me," the demon emperor said lightly. The star demon Vashik slowly raised his head. There was only bitterness in his eyes. He could clearly feel the crazy, killing intent in the demon emperor in front of him. He was a great prophet, a prophet of the demons, but even his language ability could not work on the demon emperor at all. That was because no one among the demons knew better than him that the demon emperor had surpassed all existences in this plane and reached another realm. Back then, when the demon emperor completed his breakthrough, he was by his side and witnessed the scene of the demon emperor's heaven-defying breakthrough with his own eyes. He also knew that the demon emperor 7 in front of him was the strongest in the history of the demons. Any demons who wanted to resist him would only be a joke. Looking at Vashik in front of him, the demon emperor said slowly, "Vashik, I trust you so much and have always treated you as my right-hand man. For the sake of our race, you have always done your best. But do you know that as the prophet of our race, one mistake of yours will ruin the future of our race?" His voice wasn't loud, but with every word he uttered, a layer of reddish-orange radiance flashed across the star demon god's body. By the time he finished speaking, there was actually reddish-orange blood seeping out of Walker's nose and mouth. Although the demon god emperor didn't directly attack him, the method he used on him was much more frightening than the moon demon gods. It was a direct soul injury. Vashik smiled bitterly and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be because of the news from more than a month ago. Your Majesty, did you confirm the authenticity of that news?" The demon emperor nodded. His eyes were no longer calm, and a cold chill surged out. He said, "That's right, he is still alive. Tell me why?" "No, that's impossible," Vashik said involuntarily. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten the terror of the demon emperor. Impossible? Could it be that what I saw with my own eyes is wrong? Not only did he appear, but he also stopped me from capturing the nature god and talked to me. What you hear is false, but what you see is true. What else do you have to say? The star demon Vashik took a deep breath, and the fear in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Replacing it was a special expression. He said, "Your Majesty, I am not wrong, and my prophecy is not wrong either." That day he must have died. I have felt the existence of his life aura many times, and for this reason, I have made many prophecies, and the results are the same. A prophecy that targets a person cannot be wrong. The demon emperor narrowed his eyes and said, "In that case, I saw wrongly and heard wrongly." After a moment of silence, Vashik seemed to have decided on something. His eyes shone like two bright stars. He said, "I understand the consequences of angering your Majesty. Since that is the case, I am willing to be the demon's companion for the last time. I am willing to use my life as a sacrifice to restore the prophecy. Whether he is dead or alive, there is the aura left behind when he was killed by your Majesty. With my life as the price, I should be able to see the reason why he still exists." "No, you can't." The moon demon Agar's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the demon emperor. He knelt there and begged bitterly, "Your Majesty, ever since Vashik became the star demon, he has done a lot for our race. Even if you don't remember his contributions, at least remember his hard work. I am willing to lead my race to launch a surprise attack on the Temple Alliance and capture that Long Houchen for you to deal with." Hearing the 3 words, Long Houchen, a bow, who was standing beside the God Emperor's throne, suddenly stiffened. Purple light suddenly shone from his empty eye sockets, and a fierce killing intent instantly erupted. "You?" The demon emperor snorted coldly and said, "It is hard to say whether you are still his opponent now. All right, Vashik, I'll give you a chance. You can start now." As he spoke, he raised his left foot and kicked the moon demon agars away again. At the same time, a ball of bright purple light turned into a bubble and sealed agars inside, preventing him from even making a sound. Seeing that the demon emperor had regained his composure, despair flashed in Vashik's eyes. He knew that there was no other possibility. Other than the moon demon, the other 3 demon gods were just prostrating there without saying a word. Vashik revealed a bitter smile and slowly knelt in front of the demon emperor. He said, "Your Majesty, please take care of my people on account that I died for my race." Fengshu looked at him coldly and said, "Let's begin." Vashik didn't get the answer he wanted, and his eyes were a little dazed. He stood up again and walked towards the entrance of the hall. When he passed the 3 demon gods prostrating on the ground, his footsteps paused slightly, and he continued to walk forward for more than 10 steps before stopping. The orange-red light gradually grew stronger as he walked, and when he stopped, it had become extremely bright. The demon emperor waved his sleeve, and a powerful wave of spiritual power swept the undead demon god, the hell demon god, and the bear demons away. The 3 demon gods fell to the side and kept quiet out of fear. The moon demon god Agars was very anxious, but he didn't dare to directly struggle free from the demon god emperor's seal. Otherwise, he would definitely be implicated in the demon god emperor's wrath. If the demon god emperor could lay a vicious hand on the star demon god Vasak, it didn't mean that he couldn't do the same to him. Vashik slowly spread his arms to the sides of his body, and an orange-red crystal ball appeared on each of his palms. He began to chant in a low voice, and the strong orange-red light emitted from his body began to surge upwards. The demon emperor looked at him coldly, his eyes as cold as ice, without the slightest hint of pity. Vashik's chanting gradually became louder, and the strong orange-red light turned into flames. It was a strange kind of flame. Vashik's clothes gradually evaporated and burned in the flames, and his entire body began to become transparent and bright. The moon demon Agars had already closed his eyes. This was a prophecy that Vashik made at the cost of burning his own life force. It was also the strongest prophecy of the star demon, a level higher than the great prophecy spell he used last time. Once the life prophecy was used, it was irreversible and would definitely consume all the life force of the user. However, the effect of the prophecy was also the best and closest to the truth. Vashik slowly turned around. His eyes had completely turned blood red, and the high-pitched chanting stopped the moment he turned around. Facing the direction of the demon emperor, he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, the already burning orange-red flame suddenly soared, turning into an orange-red beam of light that shot up 5 meters. A strange aura began to appear in the main hall of the demon palace. The powerful demons present felt their consciousness become slightly dazed. Even the demon emperor was no exception. The star demon, who was burning his life force, had already increased his soul force to an extremely terrifying level. This was the first time anyone present had seen the life prophecy. Only the star demon of the past could use it, and in the history of the demons, this was only the second time it had appeared. After all, this was a prophecy that cost the star demon's life. The orange-red beam of light gradually turned into a light screen that appeared in the air above the main hall of the demon palace. The illusory light screen first changed into a vortex fruit, then gradually became clearer. What appeared on the screen was the scene when the demon emperor killed Long Houchen. Long Houchen's heart was pierced, and he slowly fell to the ground. Then, Kair and the other members of the Light of Dawn monster hunters took his corpse out of the Star Demon Tower and quickly left. The screen followed Long Houchin and the others all the way to the wilderness. Yi Xiaolei appeared and said something to Kair. Then, the scene of Kair taking off the eternal melody from Long Houchin's neck and putting it on herself. Seeing Yi Xiaolei, the Demon Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. But when he saw that Yi Xiaolei did not help Long Houchin heal, his eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Even if she was the goddess of nature's god, she could not resurrect a corpse, right? Just then, the scene changed again. The teleportation began, and Kair and the others instantly transformed into rays of light and disappeared into the open space. The orange-red light screen once again appeared in the form of a vortex, and the star demon's body trembled violently, as if he was suffering from some kind of intense pain. The orange-red vortex lasted for a full minute before the image reappeared. But this time, the image was much blurrier than before. A 7-story pagoda appeared on the screen. When they saw this pagoda, all the powerful demons present felt an inexplicable pressure from their souls. Even the Demon Emperor was no exception. The image zoomed in and directly entered the pagoda. Then, the scene of Kair carrying Long Houchin's corpse and leading the Light of Dawn monster hunters up the pagoda appeared. Although the image was very blurry, at least the most important members of the Light of Dawn could still be vaguely identified, especially Kair, who was carrying Long Houchin's corpse on her back. She could even distinguish them with her special Grim Reaper scythe. Seeing this, the Demon Emperor's face could not help but turn gloomy. Long Houchin was dead, but Kair was carrying his corpse to such a special place. Obviously, she was here to resurrect him. Otherwise, why would she do this? Vasak kept telling himself that Long Houchin was not resurrected at all, and that his death was not to be regretted. The image kept changing, and gradually, the scene of a battle appeared, but it also became more and more blurry. When the scene of Kair climbing the path to heaven appeared, only a faint golden color could be seen in the entire image. The golden door of light appeared, and Kair jumped in. The next moment, the entire image instantly became chaotic, and the image became completely illusory. Vasak roared and spat out a mouthful of orange-red blood again. This time, his entire body trembled violently involuntarily. His life force was drained. With the support of his blood, the image gradually stabilized and became clear again. A huge coffin appeared in the line of sight of the demon gods. Holy Law of Necromancy, Calamity Necromancer Electrolux appeared. The aura that had previously suppressed the souls of all the demon gods suddenly rose to its peak. A light necromancer? The Demon Emperor almost blurted out. The image changed very quickly, and the scene of a golden heart condensing in Electrolux's hand appeared. Although it was only a scene for a moment, the Demon Emperor still clearly captured it. The next moment, he saw golden light constantly surging and jumping on Long Houchin's chest. When the image changed again, it was the moment when Electrolux held the Grim Reaper scythe in his hand to purify himself. Vasak's prophecy could no longer hold up at this point. He forcibly enhanced the life prophecy, causing the duration of the prophecy to be greatly reduced. The magenta light screen gradually dimmed, and the image disappeared. Vasak's body kept shaking under the light. He isn't human. He's an undead. He's an undead. His body, he's still dead. Austin Griffin can't possibly still be alive. Long Houchin's body is just an undead. It's just an undead. The star demon Vasak's voice was like a sob, and the demon gods couldn't help but turn their heads away. At this moment, Vasak looked like a ferocious ghost, and his whole body was charred black. He used his own life to tell the Demon Emperor that his prophecy was not wrong. Long Houchin had indeed died back then, and had never been resurrected. He was living as an undead, and all he had was a simulated heart of a light necromancer. Doubtful gazes shot out from the eyes of all the demon gods in practically a split second, falling on the demon god emperor. especially the moon demon god Agar's, who had already clenched his fists out of anger. At this moment, the demon emperor raised his right hand, and a ball of green light flew out and landed on Vasak's body. A gentle green halo surrounded Vasak's body, and a strong life aura frantically poured into his body. Sweet, crisp sounds of collisions rang out continuously, like the sound of mountains and rivers, and also like the sound of a zither and a harp. Vasak's life aura, which had clearly been exhausted, began to recover at an astonishing speed, and his swaying body actually stabilized. What kind of power was this? All the demon gods were dumbstruck as they looked at Vasak. Even if the demon god emperor was more powerful, what he possessed was still the power of darkness, while the one in front of them was clearly life magic. Moreover, it was of a high level, even comparable to the realm of the demon god emperor's dark magic. The demon emperor frowned slightly. He knew that he had gone a little overboard today. No matter how high his authority among the demon emperor was, Vasak was still the third-ranked demon god among the demons, and he was also the demon prophet. He had no choice but to take out this precious treasure to save Vasak's life. Otherwise, the demon gods present would probably be at odds with him. The demon god emperor took off his luxurious black cloak and slowly walked in front of Vasak. Looking at his body gradually recovering its vitality in the green radiance, he sighed and said, "Concern leads to confusion. I've wronged you in this matter. Every one of you understands what Austin Griffin means to my clan, and it is precisely because of this that I'm angry. All I could do is take back the life you lost. Third brother, I hope you can understand my way of doing things." While speaking, he personally draped the cloak over Vasak's body. The green light had a very strong life aura. In just a short time, not only did Vasak's life aura completely recover from casting the life prophecy, even the injuries caused by casting the prophecy spell were healed. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings, and he looked at the demon emperor in front of him, speechless. The demon emperor waved his hand and removed the seal on the moon demon, then turned around and slowly walked back to his throne. The recovery of the star demon's life aura quickly dissipated the anger in the hearts of the demon gods. The moon demon Agar's quickly came to the side of the star demon Vasak, his eyes filled with a questioning look. Vasak looked at him deeply, his eyes filled with gratitude. Among all the demon gods, almost all of them had received his grace. As the prophet of the demons, almost all of them had come to him to ask him to make a prophecy. However, at the critical moment, the only one who was willing to speak up for him, even at the cost of angering the demon emperor, was the moon demon Agar's. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Although Vasak didn't say anything, his eyes filled with anger had already told the moon demon a lot of things. Agar's gave him a meaningful glance, and Vasak lightly nodded. He used the demon god emperor's cloak to wrap his body, took a few steps forward, and respectfully knelt on the ground, saying, "Your Majesty, your subject Vasak confesses to you. That Long Houchin is indeed still alive. It was my divination ability that was insufficient, and thus caused so much trouble to your Majesty. Your Majesty, please punish me." Agar's and Vasak were very clear about the temper of the demon emperor. Although the prophecy of life just now had predicted that the demon emperor had wrongly blamed the star demon, who would dare to really blame him? No matter how much resentment Vasak had in his heart, he couldn't show it on the surface. He even had to cover up for the demon emperor. Demon Emperor Feng Xiu was the strongest of the demons in more than 6,000 years. He didn't rely on his strength to get to where he was today. With a wave of his hand, a wave of spiritual power lifted the star demon Vasak up. Feng Xiu sighed. "Right is right. Wrong is wrong. You are not guilty. It is my fault. However, I believe you have also felt the benefits of the life aura just now. Take it as my apology to you. It is called the Elven Fountain. Not only can it restore your vitality, it will also increase your lifespan by at least 500 years. Over the years, you have damaged your origin many times for the prophecy of my race. This is my thanks to you on behalf of the entire race. I hope you won't hold a grudge against me." Vasak lowered his head and said, "I dare not." "Thank you. Your Majesty, for the reward. The Demon Emperor said, I know you are all very dissatisfied with what I did just now, but you should also know what Austin Griffin means to my race. Not long ago, I used the opportunity to go into seclusion to confuse the humans hiding in the capital and went to the Dream Temple. I personally killed the fairy dragon with nearly 1,000,000 spiritual energy points and destroyed the Dream Temple and Dream Paradise in an attempt to capture the wisp of divine soul that the goddess of nature had left in the human world. After the fairy dragon was killed, it left behind the elven fountain and heart of spirit. The heart of spirit was taken away by the divine soul of the goddess of nature, and the elven fountain fell into my hands. Just as I was about to succeed, Long Houchen appeared and ruined my plan. His strength was already a threat to me, so he quickly rescued the divine soul of the goddess of nature, causing me to lose the chance to truly become a god. Hearing this, the demon gods suddenly realized that the reason why the demon emperor was angry was not only that Long Houchen was still alive and that Austin Griffin might still be alive, but at the same time, it was also because his plan to become a god had been ruined. Without a doubt, after being rescued by Long Houchen, it was almost impossible for the demon emperor to obtain the divine soul left behind by the goddess of nature. Although the demon gods present knew that the demon emperor's cultivation was unfathomable, it was the first time he had personally admitted that he had the possibility of becoming a god. For a moment, the pressure in the hearts of the demon gods that had just disappeared appeared again. As a most powerful group of demons, they knew very well what it meant to become a god. It was no wonder that the demon emperor did not seem to care so much about the major events of the race in recent years. It turned out that he had really reached that level. The demon emperor said coldly, the fact that Long Houchen is still alive means that he is a threat. Even if Austin Griffin is indeed dead, he himself also has the possibility of threatening our rule. When we met this time, his cultivation had already surpassed the strongest in human history, and he is only in his 20s this year. If we give him enough time and space, our race will be in danger. Therefore, I have decided to launch another holy war. We must kill Long Houchen completely, whether he is human or undead. No one dared to refute the demon emperor's words. Although the demon gods knew that it was very likely that without the threat of Austin Griffin, the demon emperor was more interested in regaining his position as a god, how could they dare to say anything? The star demon Vasak was a good example, and the demon emperor did not have a second elven source. Tell me, what suggestions do you have? The demon emperor's dignified gaze swept across the demon gods below. The demon gods looked at each other. No one dared to speak first because this news came too suddenly. At this moment, Abao, who was standing beside the demon emperor, spoke. Abao took 2 steps forward and knelt on one knee in front of the demon emperor, saying, Since Royal Father wants to launch a holy war, I think we must go all out this time. In the last holy war, our race consumed a lot of energy. Although it was the same for the humans, we did not completely break through their strongholds after all. I think this time, no matter what, we must kill our way into the human race's territory and give them a thorough blow. Although we can't annihilate all the humans, we must give them a real beating or even destroy 1 or 2 temples. The demon emperor said somewhat impatiently, Be more specific. These empty words are useless. Abao said, To be specific, I think this time we should concentrate our forces and attack 1 or 2 human strongholds. With our race's strength, it is impossible for them to resist. Since the goal this time is to annihilate and not just suppress an attack, we must be ruthless. I am willing to be the vanguard and lead my people to fight. The demon emperor's eyes flashed a trace of coldness. You are right about one thing. The demon god emperor's eyes flashed with a cold glint. You're right about one thing. This time, we must make the humans feel pain. According to the reports of our spies on the human side, in the past few years after the last holy war, the human strength has recovered very quickly, at least much faster than us. The human superiority has also started to gradually show. If this goes on, I'm afraid it won't take many years before the humans launch a counterattack against us. This situation absolutely cannot be allowed. This holy war is no longer a small skirmish. I want to let the humans truly know what is an irresistible power. Agar's Vasak. After you go back, gather your clansmen. This time, the elites of our 3 clans will be dispatched. I want to see what the humans will use to resist. Of course, before that, we should also clean up those annoying flies in Demon City. I haven't touched them all these years, so I'm afraid they think I can't handle them. The necromancer Samakina respectfully said, "Your Majesty, then where will we break through to launch an attack against the humans this time? We, the demons, pledge our loyalty to your Majesty and are willing to be your vanguard." The Demon Emperor lightly said, "No matter where we attack from, the humans will not be able to resist. As for the specific strategy, let me first deal with those annoying flies in Demon City. A bow. Summon all the Demon Hunter removers back to Demon City. From today onwards, you will be appointed as the Demon Hunter Remover Commander. Command all the Demon Hunter removers to prepare for battle." Yes, a cold light flashed in Abao's eyes. Thick killing intent and battle intent surged out. The demon gods below him simultaneously knelt on the ground and said, "We pledge our loyalty to your Majesty. If the demons launch an attack, the most likely target will be our dragon-resisting pass." Long Haochin sat in the main seat in the Knights Templars' conference room. Beside him sat Long Xingwu and the Light of Dawn monster hunters. In the Light of Dawn, other than him, the others were all Federation counselors. They were qualified to participate in this meeting. As soon as Long Haochin said this, it immediately shocked the Knights Templars' powerhouses. Long Xingwu asked doubtfully, "Why would the chairman make such a guess?" Long Haochin said, "Because the Demon Emperor's target is me. Everyone should remember that I once worked together with my companions to defeat the demon's demon god pillars. The snake demon god Andamari and the leopard demon god Othello's demon god pillars were all destroyed by us, causing the demon's 72 demon god pillars to forever be reduced to 72, which can never be restored. This is because I have mastered a special power that can restrain the demon's demon god pillars and destroy them. For this reason, the Demon Emperor once set up a trap and ambushed us and the demons, and almost killed me. To be precise, at that time, he thought that I was already dead. This time, in order to prevent him from obtaining the goddess of nature's divinity, when we meet again, the Demon Emperor will definitely feel a sense of crisis and start another war. His target is still me. For the demons, I'm already a great threat. If he doesn't kill me, the Demon Emperor won't feel at ease. The best way to deal with me is to directly attack the dragon-resisting pass, because the Demon Emperor definitely knows that as a member of the Knights Templars, I can't abandon the dragon-resisting pass. Therefore, my guess is that his first target is likely to be to directly attack us. After listening to Long Haochin's explanation, everyone nodded, but from the worry in their eyes, it could be seen that the current dragon-resisting mountain pass was really unwilling to fight against the demons. Long Haochin said in a deep voice, "I can understand everyone's worries. The Holy War has just ended a few years ago, and we are still recuperating. If the demons come again, they will definitely bring a huge disaster. Moreover, this time, the Demon Emperor might personally lead the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan to come, so it will be more dangerous than the last Holy War. However, whether the war starts or not is not up to us to decide. Although the incident of stopping the Demon Emperor from obtaining the goddess of nature's divinity was an accident, what I can be sure of is that if the Demon Emperor succeeds, then our human race will never have a chance to rise again, and we will also have no future. Therefore, what we can do this time is to fight the demons with all our might, and this battle is very likely to be the turning point of the Dark Age. We, the Knights Templars, have an unprecedented 6th Knight of the Seal. This also means that history has given us a huge responsibility. Today's meeting only has one purpose. No matter when the new Holy War starts, no matter how powerful the enemy is, I hope that we, the Knights Templars, will be ready for battle and face the upcoming difficulties in our strongest state. Whether we can open up a light in the darkness depends on everyone. As the President of the Federation, I am duty-bound. As the glorious and leader knight of the Seal of the Knights Templars, What I can guarantee to everyone is that before I die, the Demon Emperor will not be able to harm any of our comrades." As soon as these impassioned words were spoken, the high-ranking officials of the Knights Templars immediately felt their blood boil. Long Houchen's guarantee meant that he had taken on all the responsibility of fighting against the Demon Emperor, the #1 expert among the demons, on himself. In the history of mankind, no matter if it was the son of Samsara or the Radiant Sword God, although they were also the proud sons of heaven of their generation, no one had ever dared to make such a guarantee to Long Houchen. Thinking that Long Houchen was already the master of the eternal and creator throne of God, the confidence of the high-ranking officials of the Knights Templars immediately increased by a few points. Long Houchen continued, "I have already written a letter to inform the Federation headquarters. In a few days, the high-ranking officials of the Federation will come to the dragon-resisting pass to discuss the strategy to deal with the enemy. At the same time, they will also bring the Federation's newly formed 1st and 2nd Legions. As for the specific strategy and tactics, we will make a decision after careful discussion." At the end of the meeting, Long Houchen's goal had basically been achieved. At least the morale of the Knights Templars of the dragon-resisting pass had been raised by him. However, Long Houchen didn't feel relaxed at all, because he knew that after the last holy war, the 6th great temple of mankind was now somewhat afraid of battle. After all, mankind's losses in the last holy war were too great. However, there were some things that wouldn't happen just because you were afraid of them. The arrival of the Demon Emperor was completely foreseeable. What Long Houchen needed to do now was to raise the morale as much as possible and gather all the strength of the Temple Federation to deal with the difficulties. Chapter 276. After receiving Long Houchen's letter, the Temple Federation headquarters had already begun to move in full swing. Orders were sent to the 6 major temples, ordering them to prepare for battle. At the same time, each temple elected 3 counselors to head to the dragon-resisting mountain pass for a meeting with the Knights Templars. All the Federation vice presidents also went at the same time. They also brought the Federation's 1st and 2nd Legions, which had been reorganized and had undergone a certain amount of training, to the dragon-resisting mountain pass. On the demon side, all the monster hunters had received war missions to do everything they could to find out the demons' movements. According to the reports from the monster hunters, the demons had indeed made some movements. The 10 most powerful demon races were all mobilizing their troops. The most shocking news to the Temple Federation was that the Demon Emperor had summoned more than 50 demon gods to Demonic City with their demon god pillars for a meeting. After this news came, it immediately caused an uproar on the Temple Federation side. Even the last holy war, the demons had never mobilized so many demon gods. Among the 72 demons' demon god pillars, 2 of them had been destroyed. At the same time, 9 demon gods had been killed. In other words, there were actually only 63 of the 72 demon god pillars. Other than leaving some demon gods to guard the important provinces, it could be said that the Demon Emperor had mobilized all the demon god forces that he could use. From the looks of it, it was a bit like he was going to have a decisive battle with the humans. How could such a situation not shock the Temple Federation? No one had expected that after the new Federation was established, the demons would react so quickly and so resolutely. Only the higher-ups of the Federation knew that the Demon Emperor was about to launch a holy war because of their new Federation president, Long Houchen. What would they do? Hand over Long Houchen? That was absolutely impossible. Back then, when Long Houchen was still weak, the Temple League withstood the pressure and waged a holy war against the demons. Not to mention now that Long Houchen was fully fledged. Not only was he powerful, but he had also become the supreme ruler of the Temple Federation. He had also become the unprecedented Knight of the Seal of the glory and leadership of the Knights Templars and obtained the approval of the supreme artifact, the throne of God of eternity and creation. In addition to his Light of Dawn monster hunters, it could be said that the strength of the monster hunters alone was comparable to the overall strength of the higher-ups of any of the 6 temples. Half a month later, the upper echelons of the Federation and the temple gathered at the dragon-resisting mountain pass. Just as they were about to convene the most important meeting in the history of the Federation, bad news suddenly came. What? Including Long Houchin, all the higher-ups of the Federation in the big conference room stood up in shock. The solemn atmosphere instantly permeated and surged in the conference room. The demon gods, fall monster hunters, the world-defying ninth heaven monster hunters, all annihilated. This news came too suddenly and too shocking. For a moment, the entire conference room was filled with the sound of crows. Everyone's heart felt like it had been hit by a giant hammer. As the Federation president, Long Houchin's face was even paler. At a time when the war between the humans and the demons was about to break out, this news was too shocking. Moreover, the blow to the Temple Federation was too great. The demon gods fall and the world-defying ninth heaven were the only two remaining legend monster hunters of the human race besides the light of dawn. Long Houchin was not familiar with the world-defying ninth heaven monster hunters, but he was very familiar with the demon gods' fall. The legendary almighty Chinzidian had helped him in various ways, allowing him to smoothly ascend to the position of the Federation president. However, he had never thought that in just a few months, the demon god's fall had actually been completely annihilated by the demons. After a short period of shock, Long Houchin forcefully suppressed the sadness in his heart and asked the Overlord-tier monster hunters who brought the news, "Is the news accurate?" This Overlord-tier monster hunters leader was an old man of about 80 years old. He said in a sorrowful tone, "The news is accurate. Senior Chinzidian and us monster hunters have always had a special way of contact. When the incident happened, he quickly sent a message telling us to immediately retreat to the Federation. The Demon Emperor personally led the Moon Demon, Star Demon, Undead Demon God, Hell Demon God, and more than 10 demon gods to besiege them without any warning. When Senior Chinzidian sent the news, he was already losing the battle. However, before the demon gods, fall monster hunters, and the world-defying ninth heaven monster hunters collapsed, they also counterattacked and killed 3 of the opponent's demon gods. Senior Chinzidian also sent an accurate number. Other than the 3 demon gods that were killed, there are still 54 other demon gods gathered in Demonic City. Senior Chinzidian's last sentence confused me a little. He said that the Demon Emperor is hiding. He only said the word hiding, and there was no more. It is obvious that he has already been killed by the Demon Emperor. When the higher-ups in the temple heard this, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. For a moment, everyone looked at each other. Other than Long Houchin, who was still relatively calm, everyone else revealed a look of shock. The atmosphere in the conference room became completely heavy. Long Houchin's heart was also heavy, his eyes filled with sorrow. He did not know how strong the world-defying ninth heaven monster hunters were, but he still had some understanding of the demon gods' fallen monster hunters led by Chinzidian. All the members of the demon gods' fallen monster hunters had an internal spiritual energy of more than 300,000, which meant that they had reached the 3rd level of the 9th order and above. All of them were domain experts, and Chinzidian's cultivation had even reached the 4th level of the 9th order. Under his leadership, even if they were besieged by many experts, they should have had a chance to escape. At least 1 or 2 of them should have escaped, but in the end, they were all wiped out. If it was not for the fact that he knew that it was impossible, why would Chinzidian only spread the news and not help at least one of his teammates break out of the encirclement? 2 legend rank monster hunters had fallen just like that. For the Temple Federation, this was an incomparable blow, especially to their morale. After the new Federation was established, this was the heaviest blow they had suffered. Yang Haohin said in a deep voice, "Seal the news. We must not let this news get out. Chairman, I suggest that we immediately recall all the monster hunters within the territory of the demons." Long Houchin nodded and said, "I agree. Whoever has a different opinion can voice it out." This resolution was unanimously passed. Even 2 legend rank monster hunters had fallen in the hands of the demons. It could be seen how determined the Demon Emperor was this time. If the other monster hunters continued to stay, they would only become cannon fodder. After the resolution was completed, the big conference room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone was deep in thought. all of them feeling an unprecedented pressure. The fall of two legend-rank monster hunters had made them feel that the holy war that the demons were about to launch was completely different from the previous one. Not only would the heaven-defying Demon Dragon clan, Moon Devils, and Star Demons definitely participate in the war, but the Demon Emperor had also gathered almost 90% of the demon strength. This was clearly the momentum of a decisive battle. Could it be that the demons were going to destroy humanity just like this? Yang Haohan sighed and said, "It seems that there are some forces that have no choice but to be used." Speaking up to this point, he looked at Long Haochen and said in a deep voice, "Chairman, I suggest that we mobilize the strength of the Night Holy Mountain." Long Haochen was stunned for a moment, unable to understand the meaning behind Yang Haohan's words. Yang Haohan's current identity was the Knight of the Seal, one of the temple masters of the Knights Templars. However, in the new federation, he was not even the vice chairman. But at this critical moment, as the former alliance master, he showed an extraordinary calmness. Hearing the words Knight Holy Mountain, the temple masters of the 6 great temples all raised their heads at the same time, their eyes shining with a strange light. Long Haochen asked, "Temple Master Yang, what do you mean by the strength of the Night Holy Mountain?" In his impression, the Night Holy Mountain was inhabited by all kinds of light-type magical beasts. It was a place to provide mounts for outstanding young knights. At the same time, it was also a place to support some of the elders of the Knights Templars who were heavily injured in the war against the demons. However, why would this force be used to fight against the demons? Yang Haohan's words must be referring to something else. Yang Haohan stood up slowly. After communicating with the other temple masters, he said, "At this critical moment of life and death, there are some things that must be told to everyone. Then, the Federation counselors will discuss and make a decision." Li Zhengji, the temple master of the Magic Temple, nodded and said, "That's the only way." Qiu Yonghao, the former temple master of the Warrior Temple, Chun Hongba, the former temple master of the Soul Temple, Sheng Yu, the former temple master of the Assassin Temple, and Ling Xiao, the temple master of the Temple of the Priests, also nodded. Yang Haohan saw that all the temple masters had agreed. He turned to Long Haochen and said, "Chairman, Vice Chairman, and counselors, the secret of the Night Holy Mountain has come out of my mouth today. Regardless of whether we can make a decision or not, I hope that everyone will keep it secret. This is because this is related to the morale of the Federation Army. Once it is leaked, it will definitely cause an immeasurable impact." Long Haochen had vaguely guessed in this short period of time that the secret of the Night Holy Mountain that Yang Haohan mentioned should be some of the trump cards that humans use to fight against the demons. However, this trump card should have some unspeakable place. Otherwise, it would not be so mysterious, and it would not have been used in the last Holy War. Yang Haohan said, "As early as 6,000 years ago, when the demons came and attacked us humans, the holy demons continent was plunged into misery and suffering. The human population that originally ruled the continent plummeted. For a time, corpses were everywhere. The demons burned, killed, looted, and committed all kinds of evil. In order to survive, our capable compatriots could only choose to flee. Under the constant oppression of the demons, they finally gathered in the current sphere of influence of the Temple Federation and formed the 6 great temples to fight against the demons. After decades of war, we finally gradually stabilized our position. With the help of the 6 great temple fortresses, we finally stopped the demons' attack. However, the demons at that time were still very strong and fought a decisive battle with the Temple League. In that battle, nearly half of the 72 demon pillars were killed. Many of them died because our Knights Templars obtained the throne of God of eternity and creation. As for our human powerhouses, close to 100 Type 9 powerhouses fell in that battle. Both sides were greatly weakened, and the demons could not figure out the details of the throne of God of eternity and creation, so they retreated. When the Dark Age was formed, it finally gave us a chance to recuperate. After the battle ended, among the hundreds of Type 9 powerhouses that fell, we managed to snatch back more than 60 corpses that were still relatively intact. They were our ancestors, or rather, our ancestors. They even sacrificed their lives for the survival of the human race. If not for the efforts of our ancestors, we would not be where we are today. At that time, the alliance had just been formed and was far from stable. However, at the same time, there were many powerful equipment and magical tools passed down from ancient times. Among them, our Knights Templars had a scroll that was passed down. At this point, young Howhin's eyes lit up, and his emotions became slightly more intense. Everyone listened attentively. They knew that young Howhin's narration had reached a crucial point. That scroll is called the Soul Transfer Scroll. It sounds like a very ordinary name, but the soul transfer spell recorded in that scroll is a forbidden spell. Under certain circumstances, it can even be considered a super forbidden spell. Magic scrolls of the forbidden spell rank were simply too rare. Ever since Long Houchin started cultivating, he had only seen it twice or thrice. As for the super forbidden spell, he had never even heard of it before. He only vaguely knew that the difference between super forbidden spells and forbidden spells was like the difference between divine equipment and divine equipment. A super forbidden spell could even turn the tide of battle and move mountains and fill up seas. However, the next sentence that Yang Howhin said shocked everyone present. However, this super forbidden spell is necromancy. Hearing this, even Long Houchin almost cried out in surprise. Everyone present was even more shocked. The dozens of people in the conference room were the representatives of the Temple Federation and could be said to be the most powerful group of people. However, when they heard the words necromancy, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Some of them even shivered. Necromancy had left too many painful lessons in human history. When they heard these words, it would be strange if their expressions didn't change. This was also the reason why Long Houchin was so resistant when he discovered that the Tower of Eternity was an inheritance of necromancy. Yang Howhin continued, "Everyone should have guessed that the function of this super forbidden spell is to transform the dead into undead. The reason why it is a super forbidden spell is that when it transforms the dead into undead, it can gather the souls of the dead who died less than 24 hours ago to form the soul of a powerhouse. At the same time, it will retain the wisdom of its former self. The range of this spell is 100 square meters. Connecting this to the scene where Yang Howhin brought back the corpses of the powerhouses, everyone in the room understood what was written. However, they still couldn't believe it. They quietly listened to Yang Howhin continue. "I know you can't understand. Not only you, but the leaders of the 6 major temples were also unwilling to use this scroll. Necromancy has brought us too many painful memories. It can be said that if it wasn't for the great catastrophe before the Dark Ages, the demons might not have been able to force us to this extent. Even the glorious Vatican fell under the attacks of the demons. In a sense, the glorious Vatican is the predecessor of the Knights Templars." Long Houchin subconsciously looked at Kai. He also discovered that his companions from the Light of Dawn were also looking at him. Their expressions were slightly strange, but most of them were firm in their support for Long Houchin. Yang Howhin said, "At that time, it caused an intense debate. Some people supported the use of this scroll. In this case, although our dead powerhouses will become undead, they will still come back to life in a different form. As long as they can live, it is equivalent to the Temple League recovering more than half of its lost strength. Even if the demons launch another war against us, it will be much easier for us to resist. There are also some people who believe that using the soul transfer scroll is a blasphemy to their deceased predecessors, and that their souls will not be able to rest in peace. Moreover, once they become undead creatures, who can be sure that their personalities and memories will not change? If something were to happen again, wouldn't the human race be plunged into an even greater catastrophe? Even the newly established Temple League will not be able to protect its foundation." These two opinions led to a huge conflict. In the end, the conflict ended and the final decision was made on the distance the demon army retreated to. Back then, the demons didn't retreat completely. Instead, they stopped 500 miles away from the Alliance's border. After the remaining powerhouses of the 72 demon god pillars retreated, Their demon god pillars remained at the border, and it seemed like they could make a comeback at any time. Under such circumstances, with the support of the families of the deceased powerhouses, the super forbidden spell soul transfer scroll was finally used. At this point, many people subconsciously held their breaths. Although they could guess what the outcome was, they were still shaken when they thought of the urgent situation back then. The soul transfer scroll was a success. A total of 63 powerhouses of the ninth grade turned into undead and condensed into their respective souls. Although their bodies were still damaged, with the existence of the souls, their strength did not weaken by much. They even possessed a certain amount of undead energy. The might of the super forbidden spell was evident. At that time, the 63 powerhouses couldn't accept this fact. They died in battle for humanity and were true heroes. But after turning into undead, what were they? Fortunately, before using the scroll, the 6 great temple masters at that time had reached an agreement. They jointly announced the Alliance's recognition of them and granted them the title of Eternal Heroes of the Alliance. They also promised to open up a separate place for them to move around. They only needed to help the Alliance when the demons attacked, and the Alliance couldn't resist. After the persuasion of the 6 great temple masters and the families of the Eternal Heroes, they finally gradually accepted this reality. For their families, being able to hear their voices and see them come back to life in the form of undead was also a kind of happiness. Therefore, the 63 Eternal Heroes were arranged by the Alliance to rest in a secret place. This place is known as the Sacred Night Mountain. The existence of the Eternal Heroes was definitely the biggest secret of the Temple League. Yang Haohan revealed this secret because the demons had brought too much pressure and he needed to use the power of these Eternal Hero ancestors. For a time, the Federation members of Parliament in the temple looked at each other. Most of them felt that their brains were not enough to process it. Just like the dispute in the past, using the power of the undead was definitely a big deal for the Temple Federation. As Yang Haohan said before, if this matter were to be leaked, the blow to the Federation would be unparalleled. Imagine, if the ordinary people knew that the Federation had such a powerful undead force, how much could they understand? Fear would definitely occupy the majority, especially the morale of the army. It would definitely be a great blow. After arranging the 63 Eternal Heroes, the 6 great temple masters strictly forbade all related news from spreading. At the same time, it was stipulated that this secret could only be known by the 6 great temple masters. Moreover, unless it was a critical moment of the Alliance's survival, the power of the Eternal Heroes must not be used. They were allowed to rest in the Sacred Night Mountain. Soon after, the demon army finally retreated for real, and the power of the Eternal Heroes did not appear on the battlefield again, but their existence has been passed down in the hearts of the 6 great temple masters until now. After Yang Haohan introduced these details, he sat back in his seat and looked at Long Haochen at the same time. To his great relief, Long Haochen's mood seemed very calm after listening to his narration. He was not overly surprised, nor did he show any disgust. Logically speaking, after Yang Haohan's narration, it should be Long Haochen, as the Federation president, who spoke. However, before he could speak, Long Tianyin had already said, "I don't agree with using the power of the Eternal Heroes." As he spoke, the Knight of the Seal stood up abruptly, looked at Yang Haohan with dissatisfaction, and said, "Let me emphasize one point first. Although Xingyu and I are also the temple masters of the Knights Templars, we did not know about this matter." Yang Haohan nodded and said, "Yes, although the situation of the Knights Templars is special, and we can have more than one temple master, this secret can only be passed down by word of mouth, and only one person in each generation." Long Tianyin snorted and said, "Old Yang, why are you so confused? Those are undead creatures. They are our ancestors, and they have made great contributions to mankind and sacrificed their lives. It was already a big problem to turn them into undead creatures. How can we borrow their power now? Have you thought about it? Once they go to the battlefield, the paper can't wrap the fire, and our warriors will definitely know about it. At that time, how can we explain to the Federation warriors? What kind of scene would it be if a group of powerful undead appeared on the battlefield? Moreover, after thousands of years, can you be sure that the mentality of these eternal heroes has not changed in such a long time? Once they leave their place of hibernation and appear in the outside world, then let's not talk about how much combat power they will have. The most frightening thing is that they are strong enough, but are completely out of our control. They are our ancestors. Will they listen to the orders of us, the younger generation? When the time comes, we won't be able to borrow their power and instead suffer a backlash. The Federation is already facing such danger. We can't take any more risks. After listening to Long Tiannin's words, many people were moved. Long Xingwu nodded repeatedly at the side and said in a deep voice, "I agree with Temple Master Long's opinion. This matter can't be done carelessly. There are too many unpredictable dangers. I also think that we can't easily use the power of the eternal heroes." The statement of the two Knight of the Seal immediately caused the counselors present to sink into contemplation. Long Tiannin and Long Xingwu had a high status in the Knights Templars and had great influence. Although Yang Haohan was once the leader of the Temple League, he was, after all, in the Alliance headquarters. On the other hand, the Knights Templars had always been under the command of Long Tiannin and Long Xingwu. With their words, the counselors of the other temple were more or less influenced. Li Zhengji said, "I think this is feasible. There's still a limit to the soul transfer scroll that we used." Li Zhengji said, "I think this is feasible. The spirit transfer scroll we used back then had a restriction, and that was that the spectral experts who were reincarnated through the forbidden spell recorded in the spirit transfer scroll could only live for 1,000 years. And now, more than 6,000 years have passed. Every generation of the 6 great temple masters would actually pay their respects to these eternal heroes. From them, we received news that the eternal heroes had entered a state of deep slumber to prolong their spectral lifespans. However, about 40 years ago, when they last sent out news, they said that they did not have much time left. At most, they had another 50 years before they would enter an eternal slumber, never to wake up again. At that time, they suggested that if the Alliance needed them, they were willing to sacrifice their last bit of energy for the Alliance before they entered an eternal slumber. In other words, even if we did not borrow the power of the eternal heroes, they would only have less than 10 years left at most. Therefore, I agree with Halm Master Yang's suggestion. The eternal heroes are completely trustworthy. As for how to use their power, I believe that we will be able to find a way to cover it up. There are not many of them, and I believe that these eternal heroes will be able to turn the tides on the battlefield. "I have my doubts," said Ling Xiao. The one who spoke was Ling Xiao. As the temple master of the Temple of the Priests, he hated undead creatures the most. He said in a deep voice, "I agree with old Yang's suggestion, but I don't approve of using their power. Undead creatures are undead creatures. Think about it. How do undead creatures survive? They need to borrow the power of darkness to deal with corpses, darkness, and all evil auras. Although these eternal heroes are our ancestors and have made great contributions to mankind, they have been undead for thousands of years after all. What the two temple masters said is right. If something goes wrong, the Federation will be doomed forever." Listening to Ling Xiao's words, Yang Haohan couldn't help but frown. He knew that his suggestion would definitely cause a controversy, but he didn't expect it to be so intense. Ling Xiao's objection was within his expectations, but the strong objection from Long Tiannin and Long Xingwu was beyond his expectations. Originally, he thought that even if Long Tiannin and his father didn't support it, they wouldn't be too opposed to it. Who knew that they would be the first to voice out their objections? Long Tiannin's and Long Xingwu's opinions were extremely important because they were Long Haochen's relatives. Their opinions were likely to influence Long Haochen, the Federation president. Perhaps Long Haochen's influence in the entire Federation couldn't be compared to that of the old powerhouses like the temple masters of the 6 main temples. However, in today's meeting, he could at least influence everyone in the light of Dawn Monster Hunters. Apart from him as the Federation president, there were also the 3 vice-chairmen, namely Chen and Wang Yuan. Perhaps they weren't prestigious enough, but the light of dawn monster hunters would occupy nearly 1/3 of the votes in the final vote. Therefore, it was crucial whether Long Haochen supported this proposal or not. Star's holy knight, Yang Haoyu, suddenly spoke at this moment. He cleared his throat and attracted everyone's attention. As the number one powerhouse in the alliance, his opinion was equally important. Currently, none of US can make a conclusion on whether this is right or wrong. It's good that everyone has a discussion, but I have to remind you that this isn't the era of the Temple League anymore. It's the Temple Federation now. A discussion is a discussion, but before the Federation president speaks, aren't you guys overstepping your boundaries? Yang Haoyu didn't support Yang Haoen directly, nor did he express his opinion. Instead, he defended Long Haochen's dignity as the Federation president. In fact, he couldn't understand what was wrong with Long Haochen today. Long Haochen had always been smart and good at controlling the situation. Moreover, today's meeting was so important. As the Federation president, why didn't he say anything and just listen to everyone arguing? After hearing Yang Haoyu's words, Yang Haoen nodded and said, "I agree. Let's hear the president's opinion first." Long Tianyin didn't have much of a reaction. In his heart, no matter what, Long Haochen was still his grandson. Moreover, he truly opposed Yang Haoen's suggestion from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have disregarded their friendship of many years and immediately refuted it. Long Xingwu frowned slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. Everyone's gaze unwittingly gathered on Long Haochen. Long Haochen smiled calmly and said, "Now that the new federation has been established, all issues must ultimately be decided by everyone. The final vote will represent the wishes of the majority. However, before more people express their opinions and vote, I'd like to tell everyone a story. Temple Lord Yang, the spirit conversion scroll you mentioned just now. Do you have the name of the creator?" Yang Haoen was stunned. He didn't expect Long Haochen to ask such a question. He shook his head subconsciously and said, "There's no such record in the ancient records. It's only mentioned that this spirit conversion scroll is very likely to have been created by the necromancer who had wreaked havoc on the mainland. However, for some reason, it has been preserved. It could also be the spoils of war that the brilliant church obtained after defeating him." Long Haochen nodded and said, "Then, does anyone know the name of that necromancer?" Long Tianyin furrowed his brows and said, "Chairman, isn't there no point in talking about this? Moreover, the necromancer lived before the Dark Ages, which was at least 6,500 years ago. There are very few records about him. We can only confirm the existence of such a powerful and evil necromancer. As for the specifics of his situation, there are almost no rumors." Long Haochen said, "Does that mean that no one knows? All right, I'll tell you." As he spoke, he slowly rose to his feet. His figure flashed slightly, and he appeared from behind the table to the front. The experts sitting on the rostrum were shocked to discover that in that instant, Long Haochen had actually traveled through space. From a visual point of view, it looked as if he had directly passed through the table. However, in reality, he had displayed an ability similar to teleportation. Yang Haoyu couldn't help but secretly exclaim in his heart. Furthermore, he realized that he couldn't quite tell what level Long Haochen's cultivation had reached. Long Haochen stood in front of the rostrum and said, "The necromancer who created the soul transfer scroll is called Electrolux. He is also the one that everyone has seen in history before the Dark Ages, the one that brought great disasters to humanity. He gave himself a nickname, the holy law of necromancy, the calamity of necromancy, Electrolux. If it wasn't for his existence and the disasters he brought to humanity, perhaps we wouldn't have encountered such a calamity when we first fought against the demons, and we wouldn't have experienced the Dark Ages that have lasted for over 6,000 years. However, necromancers are also cultivated by humans. I've never heard of any other living creature that directly cultivated to become a necromancer, right? Then, why would he lay his hands on humanity and cause great suffering and misery?" The Lord of the Temple of the Priests, Ling Xiao, said subconsciously, "This type of necromancer must be evil in nature, and his goal is to destroy the world." Long Haochen smiled and said, "Lord Ling, first impressions are the strongest. If I were to tell everyone here that this terrifying necromancer, who had once brought disaster to humanity, was originally of the light element, and that all of his necromancy magic was based on the light element, would you believe me? Impossible. Long Tianyin, Long Xingwu, Ling Xiao, and even Yang Haoyu and Yang Haohan spoke in unison. They were all representatives of the light element. Long Haochen shook his head and said, "No, I'm speaking the truth. This is because not only was this necromancer a light element magician, he was also a son of the light, just like me." The moment these words were spoken, the entire crowd was in an uproar. In an instant, everyone looked at Long Haochen as if they were looking at a madman. Only the members of the Light of Dawn Monster Hunters remained calm. Long Tianyin stood up abruptly and said angrily, "Long Haochen, do you know what you're saying? Are you trying to defend that necromancer? And you're using such an impossible reason?" Long Haochen stared at Long Tianyin with a fiery gaze, not backing down at all. "Lord Long, age is not the reason. Please take a seat. Since I'm the Federation president, I hope that no one will interrupt me before I finish speaking. Otherwise, I'll have to ask him to leave."